what happened. Today we're focusing on what happens next now that Barack Obama has won a second term as President of the United States. I'm Suzanne Malveaux at CNN's World Headquarters in Atlanta.
And I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington, and this is a CNN special program, special coverage of America's Choice 2012. We're bringing you the story behind the numbers, the demographic breakdown of the president's decisive victory and the implications for the Republican Party moving forward.
We're also examining the challenges ahead for the president, leading a divided nation and dealing with immediate fiscal problems facing the country. In his victory speech, the president urged all Americans to come together. He said what unites us is bigger than what divides us.
I believe we can seize this future together because we are not as divided as our politics suggests. We're not as cynical as the pundits believe. We are greater than the sum of our individual ambitions, and we remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of America. And together, with your help and God's grace, we will continue our journey forward and remind the world just why it is that we live in the greatest nation on earth. Thank you, America. God bless you. God bless these United States.
In his concession speech, Mitt Romney also called for both parties to come together. He said the nation is at a critical point.
And we look to Democrats and Republicans in government at all levels to put the people before the politics. I believe in America. I believe in the people of America. And I ran for office because I'm concerned about America. This election is over, but our principles endure. I believe that the principles upon which this nation was founded are the only sure guide to a resurgent economy and to renewed greatness.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We got breaking news. We are watching a major market sell-off at this hour. The Dow falling more than 300 points. I want to bring in Allison Cossack at the New York Stock Exchange. Allison, tell us what is happening.
Suzanne, the drop on the Dow is certainly eye-popping at 314 points, but keep in mind the market actually is stabilizing now, but you do see the Dow trading below 13,000 for the first time since early September. In fact, all 30 Dow stocks are in the red. Now, investors are spooked less about what happened with the election and more about what's happening in Europe. It turns out Germany's economy is slowing because of the debt crisis in Europe, and that expectation for slow growth, you see that sending oil prices lower, more than 4% drop for oil prices. Oil sitting at $85 a barrel right now. Now, I'm going to be back later in the hour. I'm also watching some certain sectors that are moving, and that is because of the election. I'm going to have that coming up later in the hour. Suzanne?
All right, Allison, thank you.
We're getting new information from Florida right now. Let's go right to John Zarella. He's in Miami watching the vote counting. John, as our viewers know, we have not yet projected a winner in the state of Florida, although as we all know the president has been reelected by our own projection. But what's the latest from Miami?
Yeah, you know, Wolf, we've been waiting primarily because the numbers in Miami-Dade County, which is the largest county in the state of Florida, last night they sent the election workers home. They stopped counting. They were going to pick that up today. Well, now, finally, we have all 829 precincts reported. Now, remember, there are still some absentee ballots that have not been counted and provisional ballots that won't be completely finished or counted before Thursday or Friday. But all 829 precincts are in, and the numbers are like this. The president, 521,000 and change votes. Mitt Romney, 317,382 votes. So the president doing very, very well. And in fact, Wolf, if you compare these numbers back to 2008, the president outperformed himself so far by over 20,000 votes. And in 2008, John McCain had 360 thousand votes in Miami-Dade. Mitt Romney only 317,000. So some pretty eye-popping numbers coming out of Miami-Dade as to how the president performed as opposed to how Mitt Romney performed last night in the largest county in the state of Florida. A lot of votes that they had to count last night, which caused these huge delays. Wolf?
And these absentee ballots, the provisional ballots, if you will, they will all be counted by when? What did you say?
By Thursday or Friday. Absentee ballots may all be done by this afternoon. Those provisional ballots, probably Thursday or Friday, is what the election supervisor's office is telling us.
And at some point, we'll know who won the state of Florida, an important historic footnote, very, very close race in Florida, obviously. John, thanks very much. Suzanne?
Sure.
We're going to keep a close eye on Florida. The election is over, but now, of course, the focus is on governing.
President Obama will certainly have some major issues to tackle, working with Congress to avoid the so-called fiscal cliff, possibly appointing a Supreme Court justice or maybe two, and choosing new people to fill key cabinet positions.
So joining us to talk about all of this, Democratic strategist Maria Cardona. She's here in Atlanta with me. Republican strategist Alex Castellanos and senior political analyst David Gergen, all with Wolf in Washington. Good to see all of you. I want to start off, first of all, reading two statements. This is from the Republican leadership this morning. You have House Speaker John Boehner saying that if there's a mandate, it is a mandate for both parties to find common ground and take steps together to help our economy grow and create jobs. Then you've got Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, much less conciliatory here, saying the voters have not endorsed the failures or excesses of the president's first term. So, Alex, I'm going to start off with you here. I'm going to put you on the hot seat here because the question being, how do Republicans and this administration put aside the differences and get to the serious business of governing in this country to get something done?
Well, how do they put it aside? Pretty easily. We're headed for the edge of the cliff, and I think both sides understand that. Two big problems, as you said. One is growth, and I think John Boehner's right about that. But the other one is debt, and both sides are going to have to give a little bit. There's going to be a window here where the political pressure on both sides to move to the middle is going to be intense, because both sides were tasked with this responsibility. The first one to back away from the table is going to pay a huge political price. So we do have a window here to get something done. The president also has, you know, and this is not about who gives more. This is just looking at the geometry. The president's not up for re-election again. Congressmen are up every 2 years. They have less flexibility politically, and the president can look more generous. He can move, say, to the 51-yard line and ask Republicans to come to the 49, but he can put incredible pressure on Republicans to come to the middle if he moves first and is generous.
Maria, talk about
that, by the way, is the best political Obama. That's the guy who ran 4 years ago who said there's no red, no blue America. And by the way, that's the one we saw last night.
All right, Liz, I want to bring in Maria here. What is that window that the president has to reach out, and who's the one who should make the first play here in that olive branch, extending that olive branch?
Well, it's interesting because I think the president absolutely did that last night, and I think he understands that his win is not a mandate to, you know, ram down the throats of the American people whatever he wants. He understands that. In fact, I think he's always understood that. It is a mandate for people to come together. So I like what John Boehner said. I hope that is the mantle that Republicans take on, because I also think that while last night wasn't a mandate to do whatever the president wanted, it was a mandate for him, I think, to follow the message of his campaign, which was, look, the government does have a positive role to play. And if you look at the coalition that won this presidency, again, for Obama, Latinos, African Americans, women, young people, these are all people that understood that government has a smart role to play, a good role to play, that government is not the boogeyman. It doesn't mean they voted for big government. It means they voted for smart government, and that's something that Republicans need to understand.
And, Dave, we're going to hear from John Boehner later today. What are you going to be listening for?
Me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Suzanne. I'm going to be listening for getting beyond platitudes about trying to meet somewhere and getting bipartisanship. What kind of structure are we talking about? What kind of agreement should we be driving toward? The huge drop in the stock market today is not only a reflection on what's going on in Europe, but the widespread nervousness in the business community that if we don't deal with this fiscal cliff in a serious and urgent way, we could well have a recession next year. So there is pressure now coming from the markets as well as from voters for these sides to come together. I do think that I frankly think we'll not go over the cliff. People in Washington are often dumb, but they're not crazy, and they understand the stakes if we go over the cliff. But I think the big question is, can they begin putting together the structure of a grand bargain that they would, they would figure out all the details next year? Can they postpone the cliff and give time for negotiations to start around that grand bargain? And I would think they'd go back to sort of where Boehner and the president were when their negotiations fell apart. Is that the makings of a deal?
And Wolf, you want to jump in?
I think the big question, Suzanne, is a simple one. Who is going to blink? Will the Democrats blink or will the Republicans blink? Will the president blink? Will John Boehner, the Speaker of the House, blink? Because there's a fundamental issue, and I'll ask Alex if he wants to weigh in on this. Fundamental issue is this. President says you have to raise revenues, which means you have to raise taxes on richer people, families making more than $250,000 a year, individuals making more than $200,000 a year. The Republicans say they're not going to raise taxes. They promised Grover Norquist they would not raise taxes. In order to avoid the fiscal cliff, one side's going to have to blink. Who blinks?
Well, I think one of the things we have to understand is you don't need Republicans to be unanimous to get this done. John Boehner just needs to deliver a few Republicans to complement a fairly solid Democratic bloc. John Boehner's got to kind of back up the pickup truck to the House and haul away the problem. And it won't take that much to do. Now, the Republicans are going to argue, Wolf, that there's a difference between raising taxes and raising revenue. They're going to ask the Democrats, look, if you raise taxes, you might get less revenue. That has happened before. So any increase in revenue is going to have to be balanced with something that says this is growth. We'll want to plant more seed corn. We don't want to eat the seed corn.
Because you heard, David, during the Republican debates, all the Republican presidential candidates basically said even if there were $10 in spending cuts for $1 in increased taxes, they would reject that.
They did, and they were very hard about it. And look, I think there's a danger. The greatest danger is to deal with the question of, are you going to raise taxes on the rich right away or not? And if you isolate it that way, somebody does have to blink. The president said, I won't sign anything that doesn't come forward with that decoupling, as it's called. And Boehner has said in the last 2 or 3 days, I won't pass anything that has that decoupling. That is an unhealthy way to get into a negotiation. What you want to do is take that question and put it in the context of bigger questions, like if we agree on tax reform, maybe we can give on this. Or if you can agree on some entitlement reform, maybe we'll give on that. That's a much more productive way, I think, to get there.
You can see, Suzanne, the fundamental problem here, what's at stake. Both sides have sort of dug themselves into entrenched positions, and they have until December 31st, for all practical purposes, to get some sort of compromise.
We are waiting to see whether or not the new president with this new Congress, which looks very much like status quo, will be able to get something done. From our viewers across the globe, of course, we're gauging world reaction to the re-election of President Obama. Overall, the response has been positive. In Jerusalem, former British Prime Minister Tony Blair, he told CNN he's eager to get back to work with the U.S. president on solving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
I think the re-election of President Obama gives us a great chance, a huge opportunity, actually, to move things forward here. I mean, we know we've got huge turmoil and revolution in this region. You've got Syria, you've got Iran, you've got problems all over it. But this issue here, and we're standing right here in Jerusalem now, between the Israelis and the Palestinians, it remains of fundamental importance.
For more reaction on the world's leaders, Christian Amanpour, she's CNN's chief international correspondent. She joins us from New York. Christian, good to see you, of course, as always. We know the president has a really complicated relationship with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It has not always been smooth sailing here, and it is no secret that he was rooting for Mitt Romney this go-round in the election. We've seen a statement from Netanyahu. How has he responded? And what kind of influence do you think the president has now in terms of dealing with him?
Well, Mr. Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, has sent a congratulations to President Obama on his re-election and talking about the secure and strong relationship between both countries and his willingness and desire to keep working with the United States President. Now, of course, on the issue that Tony Blair was talking about, Palestinian-Israeli peace process, there has been no movement on that for the better part of a year, if not more. And there's no indication that that will be a priority in a second term. And, of course, even the leaders of the Palestinians and the Israelis there are not, you know, showing they're ready to get back to the bargaining table. And so that's going to be an issue because it still is something that really affects the whole dynamic in that region. On Iran, which has been a very contentious issue, not just regionally, but of course between the Prime Minister Netanyahu and the United States Obama administration, that also we're going to see how that plays out. As you know, there's been this whole debate and dilemma over whether there's to be a military solution to Iran's nuclear program or whether negotiations and somehow these sanctions and diplomacy can work out. There was word from a senior Iranian foreign policy advisor to the highest leadership there, who I've interviewed in the past today, saying that talks between the U.S. and Iran are not taboo. And also on Syria, of course, which is important for Israel and important for that region, there is a huge amount of work to be done because both President Obama and Mitt Romney had basically said and have carved out the position that President Assad must go. But they're doing nothing, certainly not the U.S. administration has done nothing to make sure that that happens. And so that could leave the U.S. A little bit exposed to charges of weakness. And today his closest pal, if you like, British Prime Minister David Cameron, who was the first to congratulate President Obama, said that he really wants to talk to, quote, Barack to figure out how to solve the Syrian crisis.
All right, lots to cover. Thank you, Christian. Appreciate it. President Obama might have won the re-election last night, but he lost the White House by 20 points. We're going to talk about the changing face of America, what it means for the future of both parties.
It doesn't matter whether you're black or white or Hispanic or Asian or Native American or young or old or rich or poor, able, disabled, gay or straight. You can make it here in America if you're willing to try.
We're back with our political panel talking about the challenges ahead for the president's second term. Democratic strategist Maria Cardona here in Atlanta.
Here with me in Washington, Republican strategist Alex Castellanos and CNN senior political analyst David Gergen. Suzanne.
Let's talk about the president. He won a coalition of Americans. So we're talking about women, blacks, Latinos, gays, young people, middle class, and moderates. For example, winning 71% of the Latino vote nationally, 60% in Florida based on our exit polls. So how did he get these groups? He got these groups together by offering each group something, whether it was Lilly Ledbetter Act for equal pay, same-sex marriage, or his executive order that was like a DREAM Act light. How does he keep this coalition together and eventually govern a broad, wide range of groups with varying interests? I'll begin with you, Maria.
Sure. Well, I think it goes to what Republicans need to understand about what happened last night as well. You know, we're talking about all these cliffs that we are facing as a nation. I think the Republican Party is standing on the cliff of political oblivion if they don't really understand what happened last night with Latinos, with African Americans, with women, with young people. This is the new face of America. America isn't changing. It's already changed. And I think last night proved that. And in terms of what the president needs to do to continue to hold this coalition together, if you look at all of the things that he talked about with the disparate groups, the Lilly Ledbetter, the DREAM Act and immigration, and, you know, the young people with the student loans, what is that all about? It's all about economic security done with fairness. It's all about understanding that you need to treat people humanely and you need to treat people fairly and you need to treat people like they're human beings.
Alex, what do you think?
Well, it's hard for me to argue against Maria that a new ascendant coalition is growing. The Democratic Party of young people and Hispanics and single professional women, especially since IR won. So, yeah, I think the reality of it is obvious. But I think, you know, the Republican Party of Jack Kemp and Ronald Reagan was not a no party. It was not an anti-party. That's right. It was a party of yes. It was a party of opportunity for everyone. And the difference, I think, Republicans, you know, the Democrats have made the argument, government will give you more Republicans will give you less government. The Republican argument is, look, and we can help you with an economy that's going to give you more because the government's running out of cash. And we weren't very optimistic and inclusive, about this. We need to be a party that not only has strong hands and is firm on our principles, but has a big heart and explains that that's open to everybody.
Hey, David, do you think one of the first things a president should offer comprehensive immigration reform?
No, I think he needs to deal with the budget first, but I think immigration ought to be right behind it. And I'm much more optimistic now we're going to have some sort of comprehensive reform in the next couple of years because he will continue to press it, Democrats will press it, and now Republicans need it. And Maria is right that Republicans have to find a way to deal with immigration that's respectful and that listens to the voice of the people. In the exit polls last night, one of the most striking things from voters last night was the overwhelming majority of people wanted to find some path to citizenship for those who are here and rejected deportation, the policy that the Republicans were putting forward, Mitt Romney was putting forward. And that's very, very important. Politicians do need to respect the voices of the voters. Now, I actually think that President Obama has an opportunity here that he didn't seem to have after the last election, and that is everybody thought that he would draw upon the youth and others in his new coalition to help him govern. And that didn't work out very well. They weren't able to develop the social media and that sort of thing. The fact that somebody came back out last night, that coalition stuck together in such great numbers, and they seem now to be willing to sign up and let's go to work on behalf of the president. That could help him in governing.
Wolf?
He's got some major issues, though, Suzanne, right now that he has to deal with, including his cabinet, because, as you know, he's got a Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton, who says she's only going to serve until the end of this first term. He's got a Secretary of the Treasury, Timothy Geithner, who says he's only going to serve until the end of this term. Maria, who do you think is going to be the next Secretary of State?
I don't think I'm going to go down that road, Wolf.
I'll give you two names, and you tell me what you think.
Okay.
John Kerry, who helped the president in the debates, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I'm sure he would like to be Secretary of State. And Susan Rice, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, I have no doubt she would like to be Secretary of State. What do you think?
I think both of those, Wolf, would be absolutely spectacular. I think John Kerry did a fabulous job this election, and in terms of really focusing on what the president's agenda has been and would continue to be from a global standpoint. And I think Susan Rice is also a very valuable member of the president's cabinet, and I would love to see her be Secretary of State, as I think a lot of Americans out there would. So I think that he's got some terrific people to choose from, but I also would posit this. In terms of, maybe not for Secretary of State, but in terms of as you see all these cabinet positions being reshuffled, and I might get some hate mail from my Democratic friends about this, but maybe he should think about appointing another Republican. And so that way...
Do you have anybody in mind?
I don't, but that could be something that goes to this, bringing people together.
You did have, and I'll bring Alex and David into this conversation, Ray LaHood is his Secretary of Transportation. He's a Republican from Illinois. Bob Gates was his Secretary of Defense. He was a Republican. It's probably a pretty good idea, although I'm not necessarily convinced he's going to name a Republican to either be Secretary of the Treasury or Secretary of State.
But look what the president did last night in his speech. He said he was going to call Mitt Romney in the next few weeks and talk about how to move forward together. That was incredibly generous and also incredibly smart politically. If he begins to go that way, last time he's elected president, he immediately moves to the left, health care, lots of spending. If he does what he's maybe started doing last night, it'll help him politically, it'll strengthen him politically, it'll also be tremendously good for the country.
Because as you know, David, who he picks as Secretary of the Treasury to replace Timothy Geithner will have a powerful message to Wall Street, the business community, the international community. He could go bold.
He could go bold. That's not what one has been hearing in Washington, as you well know. We've been hearing more this is going to be a game of musical chairs, and they're going to bring somebody from inside the administration. Jack Lew is prominently mentioned.
The White House Chief of Staff.
White House Chief of Staff
Former
to go
budget
over to
director.
Treasury.
He's a very smart guy.
He's a very smart guy, and he's been involved with budget negotiations for years, as you know. And the theory is that the Treasury job this next 4 years will be less about international than about domestic progress, and Jack Lew was well suited for that. But it was interesting, Wolf, last night, as soon as the president talked about Mitt Romney and calling him up, the social media was abuzz with the idea, what about appointing Mitt Romney as Secretary of Commerce? Wouldn't that be an interesting thing? I think it's probably a non-starter, but it does emphasize he does need a CEO.
Or as the president suggested the other day, maybe creating a new Secretary of Business and consolidating all of those departments into one new department. Lots to dissect, lots to digest, Suzanne.
Wolf, Maria and I were just here speculating on that very thing. What if Mitt Romney was in that cabinet? I mean, he brought in Hillary Clinton, kept her close to him by his side, so you never know. It could be part of the strategy.
That's right. Lincoln did it.
Yeah, absolutely. If you ask the pundits, Florida, it was the state that smashed Mitt Romney's hopes for the White House. But after 7-hour wait lines, thrown out ballots, reports of broken voting machines, there are still huge questions about the final tally there.
Americans have waited on several important ballot initiatives. Take a look at this. For the first time, voters in Maine approved a measure giving same-sex couples the right to marry. And Maryland voters also made history by upholding a new law legalizing same-sex marriage in Maryland. Minnesota voters rejected a ban on same-sex marriage. A similar measure in Washington state is still, at least for now, too close to call. It's the first time voters have approved same-sex marriages. In the past, only judges and state legislators legalized those unions. Legalizing marijuana, by the way, another issue on the ballot in several states. Voters in Washington state and Colorado approved the recreational use of marijuana. But a similar measure in Oregon was rejected. A critical part of President Obama's health care reform law was on the line in several states. Alabama and Wyoming backed measures amending their state constitutions to ban people from being forced to buy health insurance, and early results suggest Montana voters may follow suit. But look at this. Florida has rejected a similar challenge to Obamacare.
On the table, women were winning the Senate seats in record numbers last night as well. We're going to look at the new balance of power on Capitol Hill. Votes still being counted in several congressional races. We're going to bring you the results as soon as they come in. But here's what is crystal clear right now. Newly elected Congress still fiercely divided. I want to take a look at where things stand now in the Senate. Republicans picked up one seat, giving them 45, not enough to take control from the Democrats, who now hold at least 52 seats. Here's a look at the House. Republicans dominate with 232 seats, and Democrats have 192. So the balance of power is still split, with Republicans holding on to their majority in the House, the Democrats keeping control in the Senate. Dana Bash is joining us from Washington to talk about some of the big challenges ahead in this divided Congress. Dana.
Well, one of the biggest challenges, really the big challenge right now ahead is, and not necessarily ahead, it's right now, is the whole question of the fiscal cliff, and it's already begun. The positioning has already started to happen. In fact, the Senate Majority Leader, Harry Reid, who is still going to be the Senate Majority Leader, in fact, it looks like they've picked up a seat in the Senate. He's come before reporters and talked about what he thinks should happen, and he's being very careful tactically not to draw, as he said, a line in the sand, but to try to embrace Republicans and say, please come to the table. Let's talk about the best way to do this. Listen to what he said.
It's better to dance than to fight. It's better to work together. Everything doesn't have to be a fight. Everything doesn't have to be a fight. That's the way it's been the last couple of years. So everyone should comprehend, especially my Senate friends, that legislation's the art of compromise, is consensus building.
So you can pretty easily see, Suzanne, his tactic there, trying to kind of shame Republicans into coming his way. And what we're talking about here on the substance is the Democrats feel that they have pretty much a mandate to do what President Obama vowed he was going to do, which is let the tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans expire, take that $1 trillion or so, put that towards deficit reduction. And Republicans, we're going to hear from the House Speaker John Boehner in about 2.5 hours. You can expect him to say similar remarks to what he said last night, which is they're not going to agree to what they call a tax increase. So the positioning has begun, and there's not a lot of time before this deadline hits at the end of the year.
All right. Thanks, Dana. We also want to mention, too, women having a big impact in this election. We're talking about exit polls showing a majority of them, 55%, voting for President Obama. Mitt Romney only getting 44% of that critical block. Wolf?
That's a major gender divide. There's also some racial divides out there, also some more major upsets. We're getting a closer look at what last night's election results could mean for the future of politics in America.
Whether I earned your vote or not, I have listened to you. I have learned from you. And you've made me a better president. And with your stories and your struggles, I return to the White House more determined and more inspired than ever about the work there is to do and the future that lies ahead.
President Obama looking ahead to 4 more years in the White House. His decisive re-election victory last night points to what this country is becoming, the racial, ethnic, and generational changes that have altered the electoral landscape. Joining us now, Mike Allen. He's the chief White House correspondent for Politico. He's joining us. Mike, you had a great political playbook this morning. You had winners and losers from last night. Let's go through some of the winners. Who won?
One of the winners, of course, is David Axelrod's mustache. It lasts 4 more years. They won Pennsylvania decisively, as they won just about every swing state decisively. Ohio was 2 points, but every other one was 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points. The Romney folks weren't even close. I can tell you, Republicans I'm talking today are shell-shocked by how blue the map was and what a deep blue it was. Florida isn't called. North Carolina was close. Ohio was close. All the other ones, decisive Obama.
You had another winner of the polls, Nate Silver of the New York Times. The polls were pretty accurate despite all the criticism they were getting, largely from Republicans and the right, some of whom were projecting that these polls were distorted. They were biased against the Republicans. They were projecting a landslide, if you will, for the GOP, for Mitt Romney. The polls did pretty well last night, didn't they?
They were spot on, Wolf, and this reflects something I learned in 2004 when I was covering President Bush for the Washington Post. He was in the race with John Kerry, and the press kept saying it was tied. The press always said it was in the margin of error. You went back and you looked at the polls after the election, and yes, it was in the margin of error, but every single poll had President Bush ahead slightly. And what I learned from that is that any given poll may be wrong, lots of polls may be wrong, but every poll wasn't wrong. And that's what the Romney folks were counting on. And it's partly understandable. A lot of these polls were baking in a roughly 2008 voter turnout. And we sort of thought that was a once-in-a-lifetime sort of thing. It turns out it isn't. As you said at the top, not only did President Obama keep his coalition together, he expanded it. I talked to a polling analyst today who had some shocking figures for me about Ohio. Not only was African-American turnout in Ohio higher than it was in 2008, it was higher than the percentage of the population. And Wolf, listen to this. If African-American turnout in Ohio yesterday had been what it was in 2008, Romney would have won. So that really crystallizes how much demographics can matter, how much mechanics can matter in a campaign that has the resources, the skills to turn out every last one of their voters. Here in Virginia, voters were telling me the Democrats in line were being checked in by an Obama volunteer who had a tablet, keeping track of their voters. The Republicans I was talking to, nobody was checking them in.
Yeah, what about losers? Because you got some great losers here. I put down some of them: super PACs, millionaires and billionaires, the Bush map, Michael Barone, a Republican, a conservative analyst. Who else were some of the big losers? Because I saw you had Donald Trump in there as well.
Yeah. Donald Trump got nothing for all his attention on the president's resume, the president's college records. But Wolf, this super PACs, the millionaires, billionaires, that's going to be a big story. these outside groups that on the Republican side invested close to $1 billion. So that's separately from the campaign, separately from the Republican Party. These outside groups, they close to $1 billion. And what did they get for it? Very little. Now, what they will tell you is that if they hadn't been spending at the time that the Obama campaign was, that Mitt Romney would have fallen off a cliff in the summer. Instead, he fell off a cliff in the fall. Is that really that much better? If you're one of those donors, are you really that happy about it? I can tell you there's a lot of flack about it. As a result of this, I think there'll be some new groups and there's going to be some new power centers around Washington because the Republican leaders that are in place now clearly made some mistakes. They're talking even today about how they can change it. For instance, on the Senate side, where they wound up with a couple of these unelectable candidates who said a couple of stupid things and were not the most skilled candidates to begin with. They're looking at new ways to be sure that they can encourage more electable candidates through money, through events. The party bosses in Washington, as they'd be called back home, don't want to do it, but they may look to outside groups to do that. Party leaders recognize that they need to have a little more control over who their candidates are, or they're going to keep losing these unlosable races.
Like in Indiana, Missouri this time, 2 years ago, in Maryland and Colorado, in Nevada, for example, they had relatively easy wins, but they obviously didn't they didn't materialize. Hey, Mike, thanks as usual for joining us. Mike Allen from Politico. Appreciate it very much.
Well, thank you for your great coverage.
Suzanne.
He won a tough election battle, but President Obama, he's already staring down what may be the biggest challenge of his second term. We're talking about keeping the country from going over that so-called fiscal cliff. The uncertainty of the election is over, but the fiscal cliff, these are the automatic budget cuts and the expiring tax breaks looming in January. Well, those things creating some uncertainty with the stock market. Allison Cossack joins us from the New York Stock Exchange. Allison, first of all, tell us, how are the world markets
after the election? And we'll talk about specifics.
Well, these losses that we're seeing on the Dow, with the Dow down 290 points, while the losses are a bit eye-popping, stocks are off their lows and the losses are stabilized. A little irony here for you. Did you know the Dow dropped 486 points after Election Day in 2008? But remember, back then we were right in the middle of the financial crisis. The markets were certainly in a hairy time. Still, this is the biggest post-election drop since Obama was elected the first time. Now, while the market hasn't necessarily wanted Obama to win, the sell-off that we're seeing right now is not really about the election. It's more about the comments from the European Central Bank president that Germany's economy is slowing, and that's really, Suzanne, what's weighing heavily on the market today. Suzanne?
And we see with the balance of power here, it's pretty much status quo. Republicans reasserting the majority in the House. You have several moderates out, however. A Senate still in Democrats' hands. We think that there's going to be, some people suspect, further gridlock here, and we're looking at the possibility of these automatic spending cuts and tax increases known as the fiscal cliff. Do we have a sense of how this is going to play out with the economy and the stock market?
Oh, yeah. You know, many analysts, Suzanne, including the Congressional Budget Office, they've been saying that the U.S. economy will no doubt go into a recession if we do go off this fiscal cliff, because this is a combination of huge federal spending cuts and tax increases that all go into effect together at the beginning of the year unless Congress does something. So the problem is that it would happen all at once, and that sucks trillions of dollars right out of the economy. It would really shock the system because it includes $55 billion in defense spending cuts, another $55 billion in non-defense. I mean, I'm talking everything from education to food inspection funding to air traffic safety. And then there's the tax increases because tax cuts will expire, like the Bush tax cuts, the payroll tax holiday, all of that would go away. And then, of course, there's more. There's that whole slew of tax credits that will go away or take a hit, like the child tax credit. That would get cut in half. Credits for higher education, those will expire altogether. So all this will happen unless Congress and the president can get their act together and stop it all from happening.
Yeah,
Suzanne?
Allison, that's why there is so much pressure right now to see what both sides are going to do, the president as well as the Republican leadership, and which side is going to blink first is how a lot of people have been putting it. Thank you, Allison. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Social media blew up last night during the election, and the most tweeted image of the night was a hug between the president and the First Lady. President Obama has another reason to celebrate today. He just set a new record. He broke a Twitter record. This photo of the president hugging the First Lady, Michelle Obama, is the most retweeted post ever. It was retweeted, get this, more than 4 million times, favorited. More than 1 million times the president tweeted 4 more years and attached the picture on his official Twitter account after he won last night. After getting battered by Sandy, many New York and New Jersey residents are being evacuated again. Another big storm is headed right for them. We'll get the latest.
Of all the pictures and Instagrams circulating out there, Wolf, you got to pay attention to this now, okay? There's something that we heard was going on with your beard. You want to share, or should we just take a look? Let's take a look at this.
You go ahead and share.
There it is. You see it? All right. Real-time election results. Beard, only the kind that Wolf can rock. See, this is the folks over at Onion.com, Wolf. They photoshopped the half red, half blue beard. And, you know, I don't know. It's not like the Empire State Building, but I think it's pretty good, huh? What do you think?
And we're thinking about that. If I start growing it now, maybe for 2016, Suzanne, what do you think?
That could work. You know, you stay neutral, purple the whole time, and then you make way with that. I like it.
Get that beard going. Could be an indicator, red, blue, whatever's going on.
All right. It's just don't ask me to grow one, all right? That's all I ask. Well, the voters have spoken. The results are in. We are looking ahead to what happens next now that President Barack Obama has won a second term in office. I'm Suzanne Malveaux at CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta.
And I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington, and this is CNN's special coverage of America's Choice 2012. We're looking at how President Obama won and what the loss for the Republican Party means moving forward. In his victory speech, the president reached out to Romney's supporters.
Whether I earned your vote or not, I have listened to you. I have learned from you. And you've made me a better president. And with your stories and your struggles, I return to the White House more determined and more inspired than ever about the work there is to do and the future that lies ahead.
For Mitt Romney, it was the end of a long journey that fell short of his goal of winning the White House. His concession speech was part resignation, part regret.
I so wish that I had been able to fulfill your hopes to lead the country in a different direction, but the nation chose another leader, and so Ann and I join with you to earnestly pray for him and for this great nation.
But first, look at this. The Dow now falling 294 points, in part because of the gridlock in Congress that may continue. Investors are concerned about the two parties being able to cross the aisle and stop the so-called fiscal cliff. That's the budget cuts and tax increases that could go into effect as early as January. We're going to continue to check in throughout the hour. Now that he's been reelected, President Obama facing some challenges, trying to bring together a divided nation, working with a divided Congress. He also, of course, has to deal with the fiscal cliff. Jill Doherty, she's at the White House to talk a little bit about this. And Jill, we've already seen House Speaker Boehner. He has talked a little bit about reaching out to the president. He's going to be addressing this very issue, the spending cuts, the tax hikes that automatically take into effect if Congress doesn't essentially come up with another plan by the new year. He's going to talk about it at 3:30. Do we have a sense if the president has a plan to reach out to Boehner or even the Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell?
Well, yeah, they have to, both sides have to reach out to each other because, after all, now that the dust is settled, we're really back to the same quandary that we had before, which is how are they going to resolve this before the cliff comes at the end of the year? And, of course, the president wants both elements, tax increases and spending cuts. There, for a long time, has been resistance from the Republican side for those tax increases. But ultimately, the question is, and some believe that there might be more room to negotiate and find common ground, but it feels like deja vu, as we say, all over again. And the implications internationally, though, are very serious, as they were before. What they're hoping is, even if that essential debate hasn't changed that much. The dynamics have, many people hope, and something could be accomplished.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a very good point, Jill. I mean, we've seen this kind of high-stakes game of chicken, if you will, from both sides. Certainly, they're hoping that there is a new enthusiasm or tone in Washington that will help them get beyond some of this. I noticed the president as well said that he was going to reach out to Mitt Romney, and here's what he said last night.
In the weeks ahead, I also look forward to sitting down with Governor Romney to talk about where we can work together to move this country forward.
So, Jill, what do we make of that? Was he just being gracious here, or do you think there's a real role for Romney to play?
I would have to say that it's more than just, for show or being polite or whatever. It really is crucial that right now, as you yourself pointed out, the president has to bring the country together because not only just for, the symbolism of it, but because the gridlock will continue if they do not. I think one of the issues, though, is even if he were to shake hands, which he will, and sit down with Mr. Romney, as everyone expects, will that be enough for the people who on Romney's side in the Republican Party who felt that he was weak, that he didn't go far enough, that they should continue the fight? And that's one of the issues, too, is this peacemaking enough for some people who want to go even further?
All right, Jill Doherty, it'll be also interesting to see the role the Tea Party plays as well and how far they push the Republicans as well as Mitt Romney. Thank you, Jill. Appreciate it. Wolf?
Thank you. President Obama certainly wasted no time reaching out to all Americans last night. In his victory speech, the president said what unites us is bigger than what divides us.
I believe we can seize this future together because we are not as divided as our politics suggests. We're not as cynical as the pundits believe. We are greater than the sum of our individual ambitions, and we remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of America.
The president downplaying polls that show a deep divide between whites and minorities, men and women, young and old, rich and poor. So what's the next chapter for this nation? We've got two experts to weigh in. Republican strategist and CNN contributor Mary Matlin is joining us from Houston. Democratic strategist and CNN contributor Van Jones is here in Washington. Van, let me start with you. Can this president do what he largely failed to do in the first 4 years, get a coalition going with Republicans and get some bipartisan legislative achievement through?
Well, he absolutely can. First of all, I think there's a myth out there that he never tried. He put on the table, people forget, significant cuts. He put on the table tax cuts for 98% of Americans, for small business. The Republican Congress made a decision. They didn't want to work with him. But he's still there. After all the filibusters, after all the super PAC money, after all the birther smears, he's still there. I think now the better angels in the Republican Party can come forward and look at some of the stuff he put on the table earlier. But I think you have to remember, he's also strengthened. The Republican Party has now shown itself to be in this demographic cul-de-sac. They cannot win another national election until they reach out. So there's pressure on them also to reach across, and I think that's good for the country.
The Republicans, Mary, as you know, retain the majority, a decisive majority in the House of Representatives. So where do you see bipartisan cooperation going, if at all?
No, it's certainly not initiated by this president. There's no record of that. Van is completely wrong. He's completely erroneous, and he was there when, I believe he was in the White House, when the president said to Eric Cantor, who came with all of the Republican ideas in hand, elections have consequences, Eric, and I won. He didn't include any of those Republican ideas. He had majorities in both chambers, and he jammed through his own agenda. And his campaign was marked by malice. His campaign was marked by malice and mendacity. It was full of derision and division and destruction and distraction and distortion. I don't see how he can... And how anyone would trust him, even Democrats,
let's let Van respond to that.
He has no mandate for anything.
Well, I think it's not true that he doesn't have a mandate. He said very clearly that he thinks that people who make more than $250,000 a year should pay more taxes. 60 to 70% of Americans agree with him on that. So I think he has a mandate for that. The other thing I think is that, he also was the victim of a lot of really nasty I think, offensive attacks on him. We went through a dark, ugly period in American politics the past 2 years. My hope is that we'll get past some of the vitriol now. He is still there. The Republicans are still there. The problems are still here. And there is common ground. And I think we've got to recognize that the president is sounding the right tone. Frankly, Mitt Romney sounded a much better tone, frankly, than you just did, Mary. I think people want to come together now.
Well, Mary, let me ask you.
Because you know why,
Van?
Because Romney is a gentleman.
Hold on, Mary. When you say the president doesn't have a mandate, he did win a majority of the popular vote, and he won decisively in the Electoral College, especially if he wins Florida. And we haven't made a formal projection yet on Florida, but he's slightly ahead in Florida. So why do you say he doesn't have a mandate?
What is his mandate? What is his issue mandate, Wolf? Free contraception? Penalizing rich people? For the revenues he raises from that will kill jobs and it won't reduce the deficit.
A balanced approach
that
to deficit reduction.
That doesn't have anything to do with deficit reduction. Van, that's what he said. It was a campaign of platitudes and pap, and it was divisive, and it was destructive. I don't care what you think, Van. And he did not have any issues mandate other than free contraceptions and taxing rich. He's the only history president who has his president in history has a lower re-election margin and fewer electoral votes than his first time around. He won in a squeaker by running a tactical campaign.
This is the spirit that you're showing, unfortunately, is exactly what I think we're trying to get away from now. I think the Republican Party has to make a decision. Does it want to be a permanent minority party that has this sort of vitriolic tone, or does it actually want to try to find common ground where it's there? This president put tax cuts on the table, 98% tax cuts, rebuffed by the Republicans. He put on the table tax cuts for small business this past year, rebuffed by the Republicans. So I think the Republicans have an opportunity to go back and look at those earlier offers and say, you know what, Mr. President, we'll take you up on that. They don't even have to move from their own position. They just have to vote for their own policies.
All right.
This president's been championing.
Very quickly, Mary, because we got to go.
What? It's 4 years of distortion, division, derision, and it's going to be 4 more. But luckily, the House of Representatives and Romney laid out a foundation for a reform agenda going forward, which will be grounded in the House of Representatives. I'm proud of Mitt Romney. He's a gentleman. He was courageous. He ran a campaign of conviction, and he should be proud of himself, unlike the Democrats, who really, really have excelled at the politics of personal destruction.
Well, I think you're going to get a debate on that from a lot of people, Mary, but we unfortunately have to leave it right there. Mary Matlin joining us, Van Jones, as well. That conversation, obviously, only just beginning. Suzanne.
All right, thanks, Wolf. Here's what we're working on for this hour. It's 4 more years of President Obama, but how does he move forward with gridlock now in Congress?
I believe we can seize this future together because we are not as divided as our politics suggests.
He continues to talk the talk. Is he going to really walk the walk? Plus, his name was on the ballot in 48 states. Libertarian Gary Johnson on how Democrats and Republicans can find common ground. And almost 2 million people were without power in the Northeast after being hit by Hurricane Sandy. Now, another nor'easter is heading their way. One of the big concerns here in the United States, of course, the fiscal cliff. This car representing the United States facing a major hazard ahead. If the car continues to ignore the warnings, spending cuts will come into effect. Tax cuts will expire after December 31st, all of it worth $7 trillion. At the same time, the so-called alternative minimum tax rate expires, pushing millions of people into a higher income tax level. And if the payroll tax holiday expires, it raises the Social Security tax on earnings. Finally, if the unemployment benefit extension expires, it cuts the amount of time that job seekers can actually claim benefits. In essence, it is going to cost us a lot of money. To help understand what might happen in the future, joining us, economist and former Labor Secretary Robert Reich. He is also the author of Beyond Outrage, What Has Gone Wrong with Our Economy and Democracy and How to Fix It. Robert, good to see you. As always, you have been somebody who worked obviously with Democrats, but you've also been critical. You are very much considered a moderate voice when it comes to the economy here. Explain to us, how does the president get out of this scenario here? He's got to satisfy his pledge. He's not going to raise taxes on the middle class, just those making more than $250,000 or above. But he also has to reform those entitlement programs as the Republicans demand. How would you advise him?
Suzanne, the real problem with the fiscal cliff is that it's too much deficit reduction too quickly. I think there is bipartisan understanding that the long-term deficit does have to be reduced. But when you take $500 to $600 billion out of the economy in terms of tax increases and spending cuts, all that quickly, you're going to push us into recession. So I think what the president has to do is seek as much bipartisan support as he possibly can for a grand bargain of some sort with regard to deficit reduction. But the critical piece of that is that the deficit reduction does not begin until the economy is out of the woods.
And when does that happen? Give us a timetable here, if you can be a little bit more specific.
Well, I would actually, I would, if somebody asked me, I'd recommend that there be a trigger built right into that grand bargain that immediately upon 2 consecutive quarters of 6% or less unemployment and 3% or more economic growth, then you have immediately major deficit reduction. But you don't have deficit reduction before you get those 2 consecutive quarters of 6% unemployment and 3% economic growth. Otherwise, you have a danger of following Europe into a kind of austerity trap.
Does the president, can he afford simply to raise taxes on the very wealthy, or does he need to tax the middle class? Does he need that base, that monetary base, to get the economy growing again?
Again, broad consensus that with regard to the final grand bargain over deficit reduction, there's got to be mostly tax increases on the wealthy. That's what most of the polls tell us, not just Democrats, but also Republicans. There may also have to be a tax increase on the middle class. But again, you don't want to do that when the economy is still having high unemployment and a lot of underutilized capacity.
Talk a little about the Treasury Secretary. We know that Timothy Geithner says he's not likely to do a second term, and they're already looking at some possibilities. We love this inside Washington parlor game, if you will, to see who might be up for the job. A White House Budget Director, Jack Lew, played a key role last year in the debt ceiling and deficit reduction talks. Another person mentioned, Larry Fink, CEO of BlackRock, one of the world's largest investment firms, friend of Geithner's. Other names floating, Gary Gensler, chairman of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, and a Goldman Sachs veteran, and of course Gene Sperling, director of the National Economic Council. Who would you advise?
Well, they're all very able people. I think Jack Lew has the inside track. And I've worked with Jack Lew. He is extraordinarily bright. He understands the budget inside and out. He has a very subtle understanding of fiscal and also monetary policy. I think Jack would be probably the best choice for the president at this point in time.
All right. You wouldn't consider coming back, would you?
I would, of course, if somebody asked, absolutely. If the president asked me, I'd be back in a minute.
All right, there you go. All right, thanks again. Wolf?
Thanks, Suzanne.
Thanks, Suzanne. His bid for president was a long shot, but that didn't stop the Libertarian candidate, Gary Johnson. The future of this third-party movement, Gary Johnson, he's standing by to join us live, and that is next.
Well, in case you didn't realize, President Obama and Mitt Romney, not the only candidates for president on the ballot yesterday. Third-party candidate Gary Johnson, he made it on 48 state ballots as well as D.C. He appeared on The Daily Show to talk about it. Here's what he said.
Libertarian, very interesting because Democrats and Republicans both seem to agree with half of it.
Yeah.
But the opposite halves.
No, I got it.
It's like one of those friendship necklaces that has like the half, and each one has a half, and if they put it together, oh my God, a libertarian.
Well, I think so. The notion that most people in this country are fiscally responsible, socially tolerant, I'm in that group.
It turns out that Johnson actually picked up 1% of the vote on Election Day. That is about 1,147,000 votes. Gary Johnson, he's joining us from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Good to see you. You were the Republican governor of New Mexico for 2 terms, ran as a Libertarian for president this go-round. You probably just heard the interview that we saw that Wolf did with Van Jones, the Democrat on the left, Mary Madeline on the right, and still some bitterness, some contention over this race, a divided country. How do these two parties, what do these two parties do to get something done and to put away some of the vitriol?
Well, how about the notion of coming together? Romney, you know, not as conservative on dollars and cents as Republicans would like, but when it comes to the social agenda, and I'm talking now about Romney and Republicans, I think for the most part it scares people. And then Democrats, you know what? They could be a lot better on civil liberties, and they could acknowledge that there have to be some cuts that really do have to take place. So it really is combining the best of both worlds. It's reflective. It needs to be reflective of the majority of Americans, which really are fiscally responsible and socially accepting, which I think there's an opportunity here. Look, let's stop the wars. Let's stop with the military interventions. Let's stop the growing police state. And then let's stop what is unsustainable spending, which is both parties that need to come together. Like I say, I just think that's more reflective of Americans than either of the two parties are.
So Gary, do you think that's an opening for you and other third-party candidates? Do you think that's the role that you play here? Does it underscore your importance of being in this contest?
Well, during this contest, I was really kind of taken aback. I thought we would have done a lot better. I think that I think maybe one of the analysis here is that people really did buy into the notion that their votes counted and that everybody needed to go vote for, if you will, the lesser of two evils. But that's gone by the wayside. Now we do need to move forward. And moving forward, look, we've got some really important issues in this country that start with cutting spending, lest we have a monetary collapse. Let's stop with the military interventions, which also add to that spending. And then we do have a growing police state in this country. I was really heartened by the fact that yesterday Colorado passed Initiative 64, something that I think most Republicans right now would still vote to
the marijuana
to make
use.
Criminal penalty. Yeah, marijuana use, that Republicans, for the most part, I think, would still like to enhance criminal penalties in lieu of rolling them back. And Colorado spoke very clearly. I think that regulating marijuana like alcohol, I think it's going to change worldwide drug policy when we wake up tomorrow and realize that the world is a better place when police can actually go out and enforce real crime. Coloradans get it. Six years ago, citizens of Denver voted to decriminalize marijuana on a campaign based on marijuana being safer than alcohol. But I just get back to the social issues that Republicans scare the world with, and spending that Democrats scare the world with.
We noticed.
How about each side back off a little bit?
We noticed it was Colorado and Washington State, both of them, who did approve those ballot initiatives in legalizing marijuana use. When you say the social issues that scare people, what are you talking about specifically? Are you talking about some of those members of Congress who were making comments about rape and abortion and linking it to, in those terms? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, women's rights, immigration. Look, immigration's a good thing. It's something that's value added, and it's something that does need to be addressed. Marriage equality. Look, I think it's a constitutionally guaranteed right. But how about the notion of giving a little bit on these issues, or holding your own personal conviction, but don't make these convictions government policy? You know, lest people not vote for you. I mean, that's the bottom line. I think that people are scared off by Republicans' social agenda. And then when it comes to Romney, and I'm just going to get at the root cause of why I don't think he was elected, you know what? He really wasn't talking a different game than it came to Obama when it came to spending. During the last debate with Ryan and Biden.
Gary, a real quick question here. Why do you suppose, just real quickly here, why do you suppose you were hoping for 5%, you got 1%, and you know you're trying to compromise, bring these two parties in some sort of moderate stance? Why is not the third party candidate, your candidacy, gaining more traction?
Really a disappointment and a surprise. I mean, historically, polling really evaporates. Historically, third-party votes evaporate at the very end, and I saw that same phenomenon, and it very disappointing. I can only chalk it up to the fact that people really took to heart the fact that their vote was going to count, and, you know, lesser of two evils, as opposed to, there's a lot more support out there for what I'm saying than I think was reflected in votes.
All right. Gary Johnson, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Great. Hey, thank you very much for having me on.
Sure. Wolf?
All right, Suzanne, they're still counting the votes in Florida at this hour. Can you believe it? They're almost finished counting the ballots in Miami-Dade County, and they expect to finish up the rest later in the afternoon. Remember Florida's past election problems. Who can forget? Here's where the vote stands right now in Florida, with most of the precincts reporting. But even if Mitt Romney were to win the state's 29 electoral votes, it would not be enough to make a difference. So why is the state so behind in vote counting right now? Here's one reason. Thousands of voters were still in line hours after the polls closed. Also, election officials say an extremely high number of absentee ballots needed to be counted. They also say they won't finish counting provisional ballots until Thursday or Friday. We're patient. We'll see the final results. It's been more than a week since Superstorm Sandy devastated parts of the Northeast. Still, millions of people are without power, and now another nor'easter is threatening the area.
The people hammered by Superstorm Sandy have not suffered enough, trying to just recover. There is a new storm that is about to make matters a lot worse. Here's what we know right now. 179 people have died since the storm started its trek across the Caribbean last week. It includes 110 deaths here in the United States. More than 250,000 customers still without power in New Jersey and New York. Now there's a freezing cold nor'easter expected to complicate power restoration. Snow already falling in Connecticut right now. You got heavy rain, coastal floods, a mix of snow. It's going to sweep through New York and New Jersey in a few hours. Sure to add to the misery of the families that you are seeing there. They are going to get some help from FEMA. It just approved more than $156 million to help the folks in New York. Rob Marciano, he's joining us from Staten Island. And Rob, explain to us what you're seeing there. I understand you're actually at a home whose I guess the first floor completely gutted from the storm, and this nor'easter is coming.
Yeah, you know what? It's been over a week now, Suzanne, and these poor people in Staten Island, obviously New Jersey, Long Island, even Connecticut, a lot of them have just been surviving day to day. Temperatures have been getting colder and colder and colder, and for many of them, the feeling that I'm getting as I talk to them, they're just kind of beat down, you know, and with this now snow coming in and the potential for another flood coming in this afternoon and tonight with the storm surge from this nor'easter, I mean, that's just heartbreaking stuff. So this is one of the many streets here in Staten Island that was completely inundated by the storm surge of Sandy. You see all sorts of debris that's been pulled outside of homes, lines the entire streets. These are personal belongings. For many of these homes, the water was up to at least shoulder height, if not more than that. I want to bring you inside. This is Nick Camerata's home here. He's lived here at least 20 years, and he's spent the entire week now gutting what was incredibly damaged walls and flooring in through here. Actually been staying here because the night that they left for the storm, this whole neighborhood, a lot of it at least, was looted. So fearing that happening again, they're going to stay in here. Hey, Nick. Yeah. So there's Nick, his wife. The neighbors, the community's helping out quite a bit. You're working on just trying to get some heat tonight, aren't you?
Yeah, me and my buddy Mike Verdi are trying to get the salamander working, but it's got a fitting that's 5/16 fine thread and can't find it nowhere.
Now, we can hear the exhaustion in your voice. We talked earlier just how devastating this is. Try to put it into words what you've experienced this week.
Everything that I own is here, and I'm trying to save it. My wife, my kids, my best friend Mike, and I'm just going to lose everything. I mean, my body's shutting down. There's no words to explain or express the stress, the pain, the suffering. And I just want to get back so that I can provide for my kids, to send my kids to college. If I could just get this place livable, I would live with insulation on the walls so that I don't lose my house right now. My house is everything I have. And the most important thing is right now is to get my kids through college.
So Nick was telling me earlier, thank you, Nick. I know you're busy and obviously emotionally and physically trying. I mean, words can't even summarize what he and his family feel right now, but just a little bit of backstory there. 4 kids by my count, at least 1 in college. He worked for UPS for 20 years, just retired, kind of a handyman, fix-it guy, real good mechanic. Bought all sorts of equipment in order to start a second business in his retirement to help push his kids through school. Much of that equipment completely damaged, if not destroyed, by the storm. Heartbreaking stuff, Suzanne, and his stories, you know, just one of many that's happening here across the borough of Staten Island.
Boy, yeah, his story is very heartbreaking. I mean, you just stop in your tracks and just, you know, you hold on to every word. He clearly is suffering. Does he feel like in some way he is prepared for this weather that is going to be about to hit him and his community again?
Well, not at all. They feel a little bit helpless, but they take some comfort in getting some information. When we arrived on the scene, obviously the information is not very free-flowing when you don't have power. They're actually plugged in to our truck and another satellite truck, helping them out with some generation here just to get some light on the situation. But they were hearing at least an 8-foot surge coming in here. That would be devastating once again. The berm that was protecting them, much of that damage, if not washed away. The shoreline completely changed. So a lot of this shore, along with Jersey and Long Island, more unprotected than it ever has been. So they took a little bit of comfort in getting information from me in that they'll probably not have much more than a 3 or 4 foot storm surge, and that will not nearly, of course, do the damage that Sandy did, but hopefully won't even flood these streets. We'll have to wait to see, and then the next 2 high tide cycles. But I mean, his words tell it all, and you know, your heart just goes out to these people.
Yeah, we're just going to try to find a way to help him and his family in that community there. Thank you very much, Rob. I appreciate it. For supporters, it was hugs, high fives after the president's re-election, but traders on the stock market not having the same reaction. Stocks are now selling off.
Fresh from elections, and now we're watching a major market sell-off. The Dow has plunged below 13,000 today. Allison Cossack's over at the New York Stock Exchange. Why is this happening, Allison?
Well, first of all, put it in perspective for a second. You know, the losses are certainly stabilizing. We are off the lows of the session. The Dow now down 268 points. Before it was off more than 300 points. And the sell-off, Wolf, not so much about the election. It's more so about some comments from the European Central Bank President Mario Draghi that Germany's economy is slowing, and that's really what's spooking investors. At the same time, we are watching oil prices drop 3.5%. Part of the reason for that, low demand because of the worry about slowing economies. The other part of it is an unexpected increase in supply, which should come as welcome news to many of us still worrying about whether there's a gas issue in the northeast part of the country. Wolf?
I assume investors, Allison, are also worried about the fiscal cliff. Unless they resolve this by the end of the year, there could be severe economic dislocations.
Oh, yeah, there's a huge worry about this because many have been saying that if we do go over this fiscal cliff, that the U.S. economy will go into a recession. You know, this is a combination of these huge federal spending cuts and tax increases that all go into effect at the same time at the beginning of the year unless Congress does something about it. And the problem here is that it would suck trillions of dollars right out of the economy. It would be a huge shock to the system because it includes $55 billion in defense spending cuts, another $55 billion in non-defense, and I haven't even mentioned the taxes. The taxes in this country will go up because tax cuts will expire, like the Bush tax cuts, the payroll tax holiday. Plus, there's tax rates. They'll go up themselves. I'm talking about income tax rates and capital gains taxes. Yes, all of that would go up unless Congress and the president can get their act together and stop it all from happening. That's what Wall Street is going to be focused on, Wolf, until the end of the year. And the way Wall Street sees it, the way everybody sees it, is they'd like to see a deal sooner rather than later, especially for a lot of companies. A lot of companies are holding off on hiring because they don't know what the tax situation is going to be next year. And that, of course, is eating into any recovery in the jobs market that we're seeing. Wolf?
Knowing Washington as I do, Allison, I'd be surprised if it's sooner rather than later. Usually, if there's a deal in this, it's always later. In fact, if there's going to be a deal, probably the last moment before that fiscal cliff happens. Let's hope they can get their act together and do something. Appreciate it, Allison.
Sure.
It was a night of firsts. Besides President Obama's historic win, Wisconsin elected the nation's first openly gay senator.
I didn't run to make history. I ran to make a difference.
The balance of power in Congress and the president may not have changed in this election, but there were some historic changes. Wisconsin elected the country's first openly gay senator, Democrat Tammy Baldwin. The 7-term Congresswoman beat former Wisconsin Governor Tommy Thompson with 51% of the vote. Here's what she said about her victory this morning on CNN.
What I would say in terms of crashing through that glass ceiling is, you know, if you're not in the room, the conversation is about you. If you're in the room, the conversation is with you, and that does transform things. But as I said last night, I didn't run to make history. I ran to make a difference.
Another historic moment. For the first time, New Hampshire will have an all-female congressional delegation and a female governor. Another big gain for women in Hawaii. Voters there elected their first female senator, Congresswoman Mazie Hirono. She is also the first U.S. senator born in Japan. So, Wolf, a lot of progress there going on.
Yeah, good to have more women coming to Washington. Nice work all around. The balance of power in Congress shows little change, but one difference is the number of women joining the ranks. We have more on this. Votes are still being counted in several congressional races. We're going to bring you those results as soon as they come in. But one thing already very clear, the newly elected Congress is still fiercely divided. Dana Bash is here. Let's talk about the Senate right now. Show us the breakdown.
That's right. Well, let's just look at what the Senate looks like currently at this point. 47 Republicans, 51 Democrats, plus 2 independents, and this represents all of the seats. Now, let's check out what it's going to look like in January. You can see the blue seats kind of encroached over here on the red seats. That is certainly not what Republicans had intended. They're very stunned today and quite depressed. And you look up here at these numbers, Democrats not only have 52 solid seats, they also have 2 independents who will likely both caucus with them. So it is certainly a surprise, as I said, to Republicans, because going into yesterday, they felt pretty confident that they would at least get some of these Democratic seats, because 23 were up for grabs. 23 Democratic seats were on defense, so to speak, and it certainly didn't happen. One interesting note, a lot of these blue seats, one of the red ones, represent women. They're going to be the largest number of female senators in history. So far, 19, and we have one outstanding race. I shouldn't forget to mention that. That's North Dakota. Heidi Heitkamp is a Democrat. Rick Berg is a Republican. We'll see what happens there. Yeah,
the Bernie Sanders of Vermont definitely going to caucus with the Democrats. Angus King, he said today, though, he wants to meet with Harry Reid, wants to meet with Mitch McConnell, then he'll make his final decision. So we'll see what he decides. He's the newly elected senator from Maine. Harry Reid already talking today, though, about the fiscal cliff. You know what? There's no rest for the weary. This is going to be intense between now and December 31st.
Oh, big time. The deadline is nearing at the end of the year. And you're right, Harry Reid came out to reporters at noon today, noon Eastern, and he was very deliberate in his tone. He was very calm, tried to seem very conciliatory, but also said, look, we, from his perspective, got a mandate.
I'm going to do everything within my power to be as conciliatory as possible. I want to work together, but I want everyone to also understand you can't push us around. We want to work together.
So we want to work together. He said it's better to dance than to fight. But at the same time, he said that he believes that what the exit polls showed was that most Americans do not want the wealthiest Americans to continue to get a tax cut. And that's their position. We're going to hear from the House Speaker, John Boehner, in about an hour and a half. Wolf, interesting, they're actually setting up a teleprompter for him right now. I've never seen him do that in that kind of environment. He clearly wants to have a message and get it out right.
We'll be watching 3:30 p.m. Eastern or so, right?
You got it.
Okay, Dana, thanks very much. Get ready. You're going to be busy between now and December 31st. Suzanne?
All right, busy people all around. The ballot box shows America's shifting attitude about same-sex marriage. We're going to show you where voters are now saying yes.
The U.S. election is certainly making headlines around the world today. From Egypt to Europe, our reporters are fanned across the globe with reaction.
I'm Ben Wiedemann in Cairo. Most Egyptians seem to prefer Barack Obama over Mitt Romney, many of them saying they felt the Republicans are simply too pro-Israeli. But for most Egyptians, there's so much going on in this country after the revolution, what with a faltering economy and an uncertain political future.
I'm Fred Pleitgen in Berlin, Germany, and it's safe to say that Germans, by and large, are very happy with the outcome of the U.S. election. Barack Obama, according to early polls, would have gotten about 90% of the vote here in this country.
I'm Reza Sayah in Rawalpindi, Pakistan. 4 years ago, many here supported Mr. Obama. Not the case this year. Many wanted change. They wanted Mr. Romney, and that's because they still don't like U.S. policy in the region, especially the drone strikes.
Americans have weighed in on several important ballot initiatives. Take a look at this. For the first time, voters in Maine approved a measure giving same-sex couples the right to marry. And Maryland voters also made history by upholding a new law legalizing same-sex marriages in that state. Minnesota voters rejected a ban on same-sex marriage. A similar measure in Washington state is still too close to call. And it is the first time voters have approved same-sex marriages. In the past, only judges and state legislatures legalize those unions. Legalizing marijuana, another issue on the ballot in several states. Voters in Washington state and Colorado approved the recreational use of marijuana, but a similar measure in Oregon was rejected. A critical part of President Obama's health care reform law was on the line in several states. Alabama and Wyoming backed measures amending their state constitutions to ban people from being forced to buy health insurance. And early results suggest Montana voters may follow suit. But check this out. Florida has rejected a similar challenge to Obamacare. CNN Special Election coverage continues right now with Brooke Baldwin and John King.
President Obama prepares to head back to Washington, where a hard-fought campaign pales in comparison to the challenges that lie ahead. The nation is drawing closer and closer to the fiscal cliff. Hello, and good to see you here on this day after Election Day. I'm Brooke Baldwin at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta.
And I'm celebrating the day after John King in Washington. Hey there, Brooke.
Good
Talk
to
on
see
Capitol Hill. It is good to see you. Talk on Capitol Hill's turning to compromise immediately after the election. Listen here, the Senate Majority Leader, Democrat Harry Reid.
It's better to dance than to fight. It's better to work together. Everything doesn't have to
See what the
be
House Speaker John Boehner has to say. He speaks live next hour. Meantime, the biggest battleground still hangs in the balance. The election's not yet over in Florida, the nation's largest swing state, too close to call. Oh, yes, Brooke, they're still counting the absentee ballots.
We're going to go there. Also happening right now, the market. We have to look at this, plunging down 264 points right now. Investors turning their attention from the election to the challenges ahead, including, we're going to be talking about this pretty much till the end of the year, the fiscal cliff. And speaking of, let's go to Allison Kosick, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Allison, the Dow down triple digits. Why the sell-off?
Okay, well, first of all, I know the number is eye-popping, but you are seeing stocks off their lows of the session. You know what? Even though Wall Street didn't necessarily want to see President Obama win again, the losses you're seeing aren't because of the election. They're because of the European debt crisis. ECB president, that's the European Central Bank president, Mario Draghi, said that Germany's economy is slowing, so that's really what's spooking investors. Also, what you mentioned, the fiscal cliff. The realities of the fiscal cliff are coming front and center again because Congress and the president have about 2 months to go before they need to get a deal going on that situation. Brooke?
Allison Kosick will keep a look at the numbers there, and we'll check back in with you throughout the next 2 hours. But John King, my magic wall friend, I want to begin with you. And the election itself, I don't know if you slept a wink last night. I think much of the nation probably went to bed watching you. Through everything last night, what was the biggest surprise, in your opinion?
The biggest surprise, Brooke, let's go over to the magic wall and take a look. The biggest surprise is, and we're going to talk more about this in the hour ahead, is that we're waiting to see who gets Florida's 29 electoral votes. A lot of the talk heading into the election is that if we were waiting on the morning after, it would be Ohio. And Ohio's 18 went for the president. Another surprise for me, if you look at this map and you go back to 2008, and I'll switch maps in a minute, but these are the two takeaways for Mitt Romney. Look, it was a closer election in terms of the popular vote, a very close election in terms of the popular vote. From an electoral college perspective, the president getting 303 right now. If he gets hits these 29. He cracks 330. That doesn't want to move because I have the telestrator on at the moment. Governor Romney at 206. We'll see how Florida goes out. The president had 365 last time, so he's going to come in below 2008. But what was surprising, 7% unemployment throughout the term. No president in history had been reelected since Franklin Roosevelt with that. And yet Governor Romney was able to change only 2 states, and the 2 most reliably Republican states that President Obama picked up last time, Indiana and North Carolina. That was the most surprising thing to me if you look at the electoral map. And I'll bring the national map up just now to look at the latest. He eked this out because of California, 50 to 48. Trust me, at the White House, this is a narrow victory, but winning the popular vote and the Electoral College will help them. We have a very difficult governing challenge ahead. Had Governor Romney won the popular vote and President Obama won the Electoral College, then you'd have a lot more, so shall we say, grumpy people this morning.
Grumpy people this morning. You know, people were perhaps grumpy watching a little bit last night, depending on your political perspective. And I was watching you. I feel like sort of the turning point was when you start doing the math. Almost impossible for Romney to hit that 270 mark once, you know, Nevada went Obama, and then I think it was Missouri, and it was the final projection because of Ohio, right?
Right, because of Ohio. Missouri went for Governor Romney. But what you could see is, as you watched early on, you knew coming in that Governor Romney had a harder path to 270. You knew he needed this. Now, we haven't called that yet. The president's leading right now. It's blue on this map because that's the vote total. But you knew he needed this. You knew he needed Virginia. And you knew he needed Ohio. And then he had to go somewhere else. And so as we watch the vote results come in, and we could start here in Ohio, a point early on, if you look at this, you look at the map, you're saying, look at all that red. The Republican had to win, right? But you started to look up here, and you asked me a bit earlier about surprises. Yeah. One of the surprises was, and it came in, this is where it came into play, was the Obama campaign, did exactly what it said it would do. Without a primary challenge, it spent months and millions saying, let's find all these African-American voters in Cuyahoga County, key place in Cleveland. Let's make sure we have their names. Let's make sure we have their contacts. Let's make sure we turn them out. And they did, 69 to 30. When you're running for re-election as an incumbent in a bad economy, it's hard to do this. You don't have the excitement of a primary challenge to get people in. It's hard to do this, and they did it. So the Ohio math, even though Governor Romney kept it very close, closer than John McCain, it got pretty obvious as the vote results came in. And then there was Virginia, where Romney was leading for a lot of the early count. But, Brooke, you have to, you know, if you study these states and you go, Romney's running it up here in all these rural counties. But up here, again, not by as big a margin as he did 4 years ago, but part of President Obama's coalition is the suburbs, where you find college-educated women, and in the case of Northern Virginia, also a growing Latino population. If you looked at the demographics of the electorate and you studied these states early on, it looked like Romney might make a run for it. Now, Ohio, Virginia, Florida told us it wasn't going to happen.
Based on my Twitter feed, people love watching you and those counties and that map. I'm just curious, do you dream with your hands moving and pointing toward counties or in the country?
I'm told I talk with my hands now more than I used to.
Thought so.
But, you know, it's like anything. When a mechanic leaves the garage, I hope he stops thinking about the engine. When a mailman goes home, I hope he's not thinking about the mail. And when we say goodnight, I just say, see you later.
John King, don't go too far. We're coming right back to you here in just a minute. But President Obama has very little time today to really savor that victory of his because he's scheduled to head back to Washington in the next hour. Jill Doherty is at the White House for us right now. And Jill, what's on tap for the president once he returns right there?
Yeah, he comes back, in just about 3 hours, 3.5 hours. And, you know, Brooke, he's still got that desk, still got the same desk. And it's filled with many of the same things that he had before he went away to Chicago to watch the election. And that is, of course, I mean, you'd have to say, number one, bring the country together. And that is just, you know, huge. Whether that can happen is one giant question. And it's tied, you know, to the second issue, which is the fiscal cliff that we keep referring to. You know, $7 trillion worth of potential tax cuts, I should say tax increases and spending cuts that could have to mandatorily have to come into play in January. He is also talking about tax reform, immigration reform, and then finally oil independence. So those are just the domestic things. And then don't forget about, you know, huge, like right now, almost as we're speaking, the Chinese government is having its party Congress, and they're going to be choosing a new leader. That will be a big challenge for the president, an issue of how you manage the rise of China. Then you've got Iran, et cetera. So it's a lot on the desk.
Jill Doherty, thank you. At the White House, John, to you.
It's not always the case, but the Romney campaign actually thought it was going to win the election, which makes this quite a stinging loss for the Republican nominee, and it leaves the Republican Party with a lot of soul searching to do. Our national political correspondent, Jim Acosta, is our man following the Romney campaign. Jim, what are you hearing from the inside?
John, and now former campaign advisor tells CNN Mitt Romney is expected to get some rest and spend some time with his family in the days after this hard-fought election. As for what happened last night, that advisor tells me that the campaign really thought they were going to win this election right up until the very end. That is consistent with what we heard from Mitt Romney on his campaign charter heading into Boston last night. He thought he was going to win, too. He said he had no regrets and was proud of his campaign. But as for why this campaign went down in defeat, that advisor tells me that they are pointing to what the Obama campaign was predicting, that they were going to have a good turnout. And in the words of this advisor, the Obama campaign was right. Now, as for the future of the Republican Party, I talked to a top conservative leader, a Hispanic leader inside the Republican Party, who said that the GOP is going to have to do a better job talking about immigration reform with Latinos if they have any hopes of winning a presidential election in the near future. John?
This is CNN Breaking News.
Presidential race is settled, but we're still looking at some key races to determine the final numbers for the balance of power in the United States Senate and the House of Representatives. Our chief congressional correspondent, Dana Bash, is here with some breaking news on a race in North Dakota. Dana?
It was the remaining race that we weren't able to call, and CNN can project that the Democratic candidate for Senate, Heidi Heitkamp in North Dakota, has won that seat. So she has kept that seat. It was an open seat in Democratic hands. So look at this. This is now the balance of power. And you know, Democrats argue it's not status quo because they have actually gained seats in the Senate. And if you look at this, they actually have 53 Democratic seats, 45 Republican seats. There are 2 independents here. You see one over here that stands for Bernie Sanders, who is the independent senator from Vermont. He caucuses with the Democrats. This represents Angus King, the newly elected senator from Maine, who is an independent and says that he won't decide who he caucuses with when he gets here. But there are now no longer any of those white seats, which we were not able to call in here. It is completely filled out. We now know what the exact balance of power is going to be in the next Congress. And what it is, again, 53 Democrats plus 2 independents, 45 Republicans. This in North Dakota is another surprise for Republicans because it is a red state. And they thought if there's a retiring Democrat, this would be a no-brainer to pick up for them. But Democrats ran a pretty conservative Democrat in Heidi Heitkamp. She, in many issues, in fact, most issues, ran against the president. And she was able to pull it off against a pretty solid Republican candidate as far as Republicans were concerned, Rick Berg. So there you have it. We have the full picture of the United States Senate now, John.
So, Dana, maybe smart candidate selection by the Democrats there, but what is the word? It's certainly embarrassing, and particularly in that seat, which most Republicans thought was a gimme, when a Democrat retired in such a red state. Embarrassing, humiliating. What is the talk inside the Senate Republicans, among Senate Republicans on, wow, we thought we could actually get over 50?
I think depressing is probably the best word. You know, we saw a very blunt public statement from John Cornyn, who's the senator in charge of the National Republican Senatorial Committee. They put this out last night, saying that effectively the Republicans have to rethink and do some soul searching about how they elect candidates. Because, look, Mitch McConnell, who is now the minority leader, will remain the minority leader. He was already upset about what happened 2 years ago, that some of their candidates that Republicans elected in the primary season simply couldn't beat Democrats who they thought were very beatable. The same thing happened here, not necessarily in this case, but in several of these races. They just had some unforced errors, and they're very depressed. And it's just, look, I mean, we talk about it all the time. This is the way our system works, and particularly for Republicans, they have genuine primaries in many of these states, and it's the people in these states that elect their candidates to go up against the Democrats, and it hasn't worked for them in many, at least it hasn't allowed them to get the majority over the last 2 cycles.
A lot of soul-searching in the Republican Party, not just at the presidential level. And, Brooke, $6 billion spent on this campaign. The Democratic president stays. The Senate stays in Democratic hands. The House stays in Republican hands. Some people are going to wonder, why do we spend all that money?
It's quite a chunk of change, isn't it, John King? It's a chunk of change, and Dana mentioned one Senator-elect, Angus King, now making 2 independent senators in this next Congress. Just a heads up, you and I will be speaking with that independent live from Maine about who he plans to caucus with. He may not tell us, but we're going to ask. Also coming up next, one of the big reasons Republicans didn't have a shot at winning the Senate, losses by Tea Party candidates. We will speak live with the chairwoman of the Tea Party Express about who's to blame.
already cliche. This was a status quo election. Democrats keep control of the Senate. Republicans keep the House. Democrats in the White House. One of the big reasons the GOP couldn't win the Senate, losses by Tea Party candidates in Missouri, Ohio, Indiana, and North Dakota. In the House, Tea Party favorite and former presidential hopeful Michelle Bachmann kept her Minnesota seat, but a margin of less than 5,000 votes. And no winner declared yet in Florida's 18th congressional district, although Tea Party-backed incumbent Alan West trails his Democratic challenger, Patrick Murphy. Joining me now is the Tea Party Express chairwoman, Amy Kramer. Amy, the Tea Party was the big buzz out of the 2010 elections. You have a lot of Republicans now, the morning after 2012, saying the Tea Party is to blame. Fair criticism?
You know, John, I don't buy it. I mean, look, you have moderate candidates that lost as well. Eric Erickson was talking about it earlier this morning with, you know, when the Republican Party continues to put up the same candidates as in George Allen and Tommy Thompson and Rayburg in Montana. So, you know, there's a lot of blame to go around. But I think at the end of the day, what this shows is that conservatives and the Republican Party have a big challenge ahead of us. Before the election, the polls showed that the people were concerned about the economy and jobs. Coming out of the election, the exit polling showed people are still concerned about the economy and jobs, and they're not happy with the direction the country's headed. So what that tells you is that people voted on personality, the candidate that they like the best, and not policy. And we have to do a better job on educating people how policy in Washington affects our lives out here in the homeland.
We've talked about this in the past. When many of the new Tea Party candidates came to Washington after 2010, a lot of people criticized it because they wouldn't compromise right out of the gate. And I said, you know, even if you don't like their policies, they're doing what they promised to do in their campaigns. They ran ads saying they wouldn't accept new spending. But what now? What about now with the fiscal cliff approaching? And the president, our White House unit, saying he reached out to congressional leaders today. Speaker Boehner will be back. The president will be back. Leader Reid will be back. If a fiscal cliff proposal comes up that has a decent amount of spending cuts, but the Republicans have to give some revenue increases, would the Tea Party give that its blessing?
Well, this is the thing, John, and no offense to you, but the media has created this hot topic buzzword that's a dirty word, compromise. And everybody wants to place the Republicans and the Democrats in a boxing ring and see who comes out on top. Well, the fact of the matter is party politics got us into this mess. What we need to do is find some common ground to get this country back on track so that America wins. So we're back on that path to prosperity. But right now, just under President Obama's term, for every one job created, 75 people went on food stamps. That's not sustainable. One job can't cover 75 people on food stamps. We cannot continue down this path. You can go and tax as much as you want, but eventually you're going to run out of people's money. At some point, we've got to cut the spending, and they have to do what's best for the people across this country and not what is best for their party and their job there in Washington.
If you look at the exit polls last night nationally, a large majority of Americans agreed with the president's position that those making $250,000 a bit more in income taxes. Again, I won't use the word compromise. Let me set it aside. If they are all in a room in good faith trying to reach a deal, and if Speaker Boehner can get the president, for example, to say, we're going to cut more for Medicare, we're going to make some spending cuts here, and the president says, well, I'll go to my guys with that deal, but only if you give me the expiration of those Bush tax cuts, maybe some higher taxes on the wealthy. Again, if a Tea Party lawmaker called you and said, Amy, if I vote yes, are you guys going to pull that rug out from under me? What would the answer be?
John, I want them to do what is right for America so that we live within our means, where Washington lives within their means. We cannot,
so like I said, if there are a lot of spending cuts, I'm trying to cut through what we're talking about here. I get your point about live within their means, and I know you believe it in your heart. I've spoken to you many times. But if you get cuts on the table that make you think, thank God, here we go, we're making progress, but the only way to get them is to give some in revenues, are you willing to do that?
It just, I mean, you know, I'm not an economist, but what I said is that I think everybody has to find some common ground and figure out what's going to work here. This is not sustainable. And people, I mean, America realizes it. We cannot continue down this path we're going down. And the thing is, the president, I mean, if nothing else, what happened last night shows that this country is deeply divided. Now, if the president will do what he said in his speech last night and be willing to work across the aisle, then you know, I think that there are people that are willing to do that. But if he continues to go down the path that he's done the past 3.5, almost 4 years now, he's been the most divisive president we've ever had. And he's not willing to work. It's Harry Reid, who under his failed leadership has not passed a budget in over 3 years. The Senate hasn't. And the president, every budget he's put up has gotten 0 votes, not even 1 vote for his own from his own party. So, you know, it has to go both ways. We have to figure it out. It's going to be a tough job. It's not going to be easy, but this is what these people are hired to do, and we expect them to do it.
Amy Kramer, appreciate your time today. We'll keep in touch as this plays out. The drama will continue after the election. And Brooke, you can see there still a lot of energy, a lot of passion on the morning after. The people who had a lot at stake in this election, even though the people have spoken, there's still going to have some people who are, you know, defending their positions. And we're going to see how this one goes forward. The governing part of this now, for me, gets fascinating.
You just hear the anger and the frustration and the passion in her voice, and it's pretty much, when you look at the 113th Congress, very similar to the one we currently have, and it's sort of like, are we going to have the same back and forth as we have this last year? We shall see. We shall see, John King. It is not hanging chads this time, but Florida once again trails the nation in getting its presidential vote counted. Find out the reason for the holdup and what this means for future elections. In the hours after the polls closed, while results were coming in all across the country, in Florida, thousands and thousands of voters still lined up waiting to cast their ballots. And today, the results from Miami-Dade were finalized. Let's see how Florida stands right now. Barack Obama, look with me, 50%. Mitt Romney, 49%, just fewer than 50,000 votes between them. But a call can't be made in Florida just yet as the ballot counting continues. John Zarrella following the story for us today. John, tell me about the results in Miami-Dade.
Brooke, you know, we've been waiting for some final numbers out of Miami-Dade County to come in, and they did send all the election workers home last night because it had been such a grueling, long day. Well, they finally now this morning have results from all 829 precincts, the largest county in the state of Florida. Now, remember, there's still absentee ballots. May have all of those done by this afternoon, and there are still provisional ballots. It'll be Thursday or Friday before they're completed. But in the 829 precincts, all in now, interesting numbers. The president, 521,329 votes. Mitt Romney, 317,382 votes. President with big numbers there. And compared to 4 years ago, he did better this time than he did 4 years ago when he got 499,000. Mitt Romney did not do as well as John McCain did 4 years ago when John McCain had 360,000 votes as opposed to Mitt Romney's 317,000. So those numbers will help the president to pad his lead in Florida in a state that remained too close to call. Brooke?
Still counting. John Zarrella, thank you. John King, back to you in Washington.
Still counting. Florida.
Still counting.
Shocking. One of the night's major revelations, though, Republican campaign strategies, look, they're going to have to change in the future as the demographics of the country change and change dramatically. So how does the GOP adapt, and will there be resistance? That's next. Here's something the GOP is going to have to ponder long and hard. President Obama won re-election while losing the white vote by 20 points. The president's victory speaks volumes about how the demographics in this country are changing, and rapidly. Let's bring in CNN contributors John Avlon and Margaret Hoover. John's a senior political columnist for Newsweek and the Daily Beast. Margaret is a Republican consultant. If you look at this, it's stunning. One of the questions going in was, could the president, in a tough year, bad economy, actually keep his coalition together? Young voters, about the same. African Americans, the same. Latinos cracked 10% nationally for the first time. What's the biggest lesson for the Republican Party?
Well, I think uniformly, Republicans were saying going into this, we've got to go back and reinvest in our infrastructure when it comes to Hispanics. I was on the Bush-Cheney re-election campaign in 2004. We got 44% of the vote. It's not that we haven't done this before. It's not that we don't have a track record of actually reaching out to Hispanics and involving them in the coalition. We just didn't do it this time. So I think that's the top one. Clear numbers with youth, clear numbers with women that we also have to revisit.
But when she mentions the Latino vote, you travel the country and you talk to, you even find conservatives who say, I agree we shouldn't have, we shouldn't give status to anyone who's here illegally, but the way they talk to us, the tone, and it's 2010, you're right, George W. Bush said, first he said path to citizenship, then he said path to status. Do they have to change their policies, their tone, or both when it comes to Hispanics?
Well, this is directly a result of policies. Mitt Romney tried to tack to the right during the Republican primaries on the issue of illegal immigration, and he paid a price for it in the general election. Full stop. We know from George W. Bush that Republicans can play competitively with Hispanics. His brother, Jeb Bush, invested heavily in that philosophy as governor of Florida. Mitt Romney didn't, and he paid the price. Republicans are going to need to reach beyond their base. One of the things this election starkly shows is that they cannot depend on simply getting a larger percentage of the white vote. That is a long-term loser.
Let's flip to the Democratic side for a minute. Is this an Obama coalition? Or is it a Democratic coalition? When he's not on the ballot in 4 years, will the youth vote stay like that? Will the Democratic candidate get that chunk of the Latino vote? Will African-American turnout not only stay up at 16% range, but 13% range, but be 97% for him?
The thing about the president is he's the leader of the party now, and he has 4 years to solidify this coalition and leave the party stronger for his predecessor. And frankly, the thing we know about millennials and any age group, when they come of age in terms of their partisan identity, if they vote for one party 3 times in a row in a presidential election, that tends to, its party identity solidifies like cement. It's set soft, and it gets harder over time.
Yeah, and look, I mean, the Democrats are starting with an edge. They made a risky demographic bet this election, and it worked out because of their intense targeting, their intense ground game. They really were able to make up for some of the deficiencies of the gamble they made. And this is, I think, President Obama's coalition. Seen with perspective, this is a unique, historic political figure, someone who is more inspiring than the typical politician, especially, of course, to the African-American community. He will be iconic for probably our nation's history. So that impact is dramatic. Republicans are going to have to start reaching out beyond their base, but Democrats' investment will play off more in 16 than it did in 12 and more in 20 than it did this year.
Let me circle back to the Republicans as we close. Where does that breakthrough come from? The outreach to Latinos in the proper policy, in the proper tone. The policy proposals that maybe say to college-educated women, look back at us. Does it come from Washington, where the Republicans now is still essentially the same House of Representatives, or will it come from out in the country where you still have the president won re-election, but there's 30 Republican governors out there?
It's going to have to come from both. It can't be grass tops. It has to be a meeting of grass tops and grassroots. But the reality is the writing's on the wall. I mean, we all know as Republicans we've got to go back and we've got to think through where did we lose votes, where are we losing, and how are we going to make up ground. I mean, the thing that's stunning about women is that even though we are a pro-life party, 78% of Republicans believe the choice for women's health care is between a woman, her doctor, her family, and her God. So something just isn't quite clicking right. And we frankly, without having an elected leader of the Republican Party to steer us through the next 4 years, you're going to see a little bit of warlordism again.
If Republicans don't get better fast, will there be an independent in the next presidential election?
There very well could. Look, Angus King got elected to the Senate today as an independent. He was an independent governor before. At some point, something's got to give. Either the Republican Party needs to find a way to build a big tent again, or the social conservatives will increasingly find themselves at odds with the libertarians, who represent a rising demographic in the party. The Republicans have a great argument with swing voters, with independents, on deficits and debt. Where they lose them very often is with social issues. And so they're going to have to find a way to build that big tent again. Otherwise, those fissures will erupt at some point if the parties remain polarized and pandering to their special interests.
John, Margaret, thank you. And Brooke, as you come back into the conversation, you ready to join me in something?
Go for it.
Ready?
Go
Two
for
words. 2 words.
Yeah.
Happy anniversary.
Was it their anniversary? Did they get any sleep? I feel like Margaret Hoover was up way late. Margaret Hoover and John Avalon. It's good to see both of you.
Yeah, not so much, but it's it's our third. We'll have a good dinner.
Guys, happy anniversary. Thanks to you both. And I know as you all are talking demographics, we've been talking races. Coming up next, we have to talk about something else. We have to talk about pot. Marijuana. Voters choosing to legalize it in not just 1, but 2 states. And no, not just for medical purposes, but for recreational use. Why this could become one hot mess. Plus, shall we say it? Snow. Can you tell? This is Columbus Circle. Live pictures in New York City. Folks, another storm getting ready to hit people there across this region. A live report on where and when this nor'easter hits next. Here is a piece of history unfolding before our very eyes. Voters in 2 states, Washington State and Colorado, voted yesterday to legalize marijuana for recreational use. They're not talking about now medicinal use here. They're talking about getting high, period. Here's a reaction from the legalization camp in Colorado.
I am feeling amazing. This is the best day I've seen in my life.
And obviously, it's always nice to be right. So, but, you know, we're really happy. And most importantly, it's just wonderful that we're not going to see another 10,000 Coloradans arrested and made criminals in this coming year.
Okay. Here's a statement from NORML, the longtime pro-pot lobbying organization. Quote, the significance of these events cannot be understated. Tonight, for the first time in history, 2 states have legalized and regulated the use and sale of cannabis, marijuana legalized and regulated here. So what we're talking about here is the potential birth in these 2 states of a multi-billion-dollar industry, legitimate, therefore taxed, and a whole lot of regulations, though, to set up first. And there's also this whole matter of federal law under which marijuana remains illegal. Keep that in mind. This is against the law federally. The Department of Justice released a statement just within this past hour reminding folks of that. Joining me now on the phone from London, Jonathan Calkins, professor of public policy at Carnegie Mellon University and author of the book, Marijuana Legalization, What Everyone Needs to Know. John Calkins, is this the milestone that pot smokers say it is?
Oh, it absolutely is. And it's more than the beginning of marijuana legalized for recreational use. It's also legalizing, with respect to state law, for-profit, large-scale commercial production to supply that use.
So when we say marijuana industry, tell me what 2014 is going to look like in Colorado.
And it's very hard to figure out because it depends what the federal government does. If the federal government goes hands off, then you will see, as you pointed out, a legitimate industry, legitimate producers, manufacturers producing a range of products, including candies with marijuana in them, and then sold in stores.
Wow. You know, in terms of dollars and cents, there was a lot of money put into backing the legalization of marijuana. Who in Colorado, who in Washington State provided the big money? What was it, small-time smokers, growers, someone else?
No, in Washington State, there was one major donor, Rick Steves, but other than that, the major donors were people from outside of the state.
What about, let me just read this first, and then we'll get to the Department of Justice. Let me read a quote. This is from the governor of Colorado, John Hickenlooper. He said this, quote, the voters have spoken, and we will respect their will. That said, federal law still says marijuana is an illegal drug, so don't break out the Cheetos or the goldfish too quickly. I don't know what he's talking about there, John, but how is all of this going to shake out between the states and the feds who say this is illegal?
Oh, it's a nightmare for the governor and for the president because the best possible circumstance would be that they reach some sort of negotiated circumstance. Like the federal government says, if you make good faith efforts to prevent diversion to other states, then we won't interfere with your efforts to regulate the industry. But there's going to have to be some dialogue and some compromise because the laws just absolutely conflict right now.
Have you been in touch? I mean, what are you hearing from the Department of Justice as far as, you know, taking the time and the money to prosecute?
Traditionally, the federal agents have gone after high-level people, 200 pounds and up, or at the border, and they have the right to go after people who have smaller quantities, and the big question is whether they stay only at those very high quantities or if they do start to fill in for some of the lower-level enforcement that in the past has been done entirely by state and local.
Jonathan Calkins, professor at Carnegie Mellon University, thanks for hopping on the phone with me from London. John King, marijuana recreationally legal in 2 states now. How about that?
Watch how that one unfolds. A lot of tension between the states and the feds on that issue, as you just noted. We'll watch as it plays out. And, Brooke, thousands of people still suffering, of course, from the impact of Sandy. They may soon be hit by another storm, this time a nor'easter. Our Rob Marciano joins us next with the details.
Victims of Superstorm Sandy are bracing for yet another powerful storm. A nor'easter now moving up the East Coast, threatening areas still very much so recovering from last week's storm. I want to go straight to Rob Marciano in Staten Island, where I know many, many people hit very, very hard just last week. And here they go again.
Yeah, and then this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's even beyond another storm that has rain and wind and surge. We've got temperatures that are obviously close to the freezing mark. They've been below freezing the past couple of nights, and now that rain has turned to snow. I mean, this is just not a good situation. You go that way, about a quarter mile, maybe a half mile just past those trees. That is lower harbor of New York, the Atlantic Ocean. That's where the storm surge came over a week ago, 5, 6, in some cases 7 feet high, pouring down these streets, wiping out everything in their path. Any car that was on this street was completely washed back further inland, and that sort of damage goes for several more blocks. And up and down these blocks, outside of these homes, you see this sort of debris, anything that people have been able to somewhat save since the storm. We've been talking with the camaradas who live in this house, and they've been kind enough to show us around to see just what kind of damage they've endured. Obviously, since a week has gone by, they've ripped all their flooring out, ripped all of the sidewalls out as well, just trying to get that damaged stuff out of here so it doesn't mold. They've been sleeping actually upstairs in the cold with absolutely no power. Here's what Nick had to say to our viewers last hour.
Everything that I own is here, and I'm trying to save it. My wife, my kids, my best friend Mike, and I'm just going to lose everything. I mean, my body's shutting down. There's no words to explain or express the stress, the pain, the suffering.
Heartbreaking stuff. You are looking at a actual weather instrument inside of Nick's home. Temperature remains around 40 degrees, relative humidity 80%. Not exactly livable conditions, but they're going to stick it out, Brooke. You know, they had some looting the first night of the storm, and they're afraid if they evacuate tonight that's going to happen as well. So they're trying to get a space heater cranked up because obviously temperatures continue to drop as this nor'easter rakes up the coastline.
Heartbreaking, and the fact that Nick's story is just one of so many in both New York and in New Jersey. Rob Marciano, thank you very much. We're thinking of him and so many others. John King, just awful. First the storm surge, and now a lot of snow.
A lot of snow, cold, hardship, families displaced. It's a horrible one. It's good that Rob and our other correspondents are keeping track of the story. We won't forget about it. And Brooke, as President Obama gets ready to head back to Washington, one immediate task at hand? Yes, filling a second-term cabinet. Secretary Hillary Clinton, the Treasury Secretary Tim Geithner, both planning to leave. Up next, a short list of possible replacements, plus breaking down Mitt Romney's place in history. Get some perspective now about the election results, about the challenges facing the president's second term in office, and about Mitt Romney's place in history. Joining me for that is my colleague here in the anchor of the Situation Room, Wolf Blitzer, and presidential historian Julian Zelizer of Princeton University. Mr. Zelizer, let me start with you. How will history remember Mitt Romney?
Well, I think they'll remember him in part for his family. In part, it will be a negative memory, meaning the kind of campaign he ran was almost the last of an era, appealing to white male voters, to older voters, and people will remember the Latinos, the women whose vote he couldn't capture. And I think a lot of Republicans will be scratching their heads and thinking about how to run a different kind of campaign 4 years from now.
And Wolf, the recriminations are immediate. People saying it was Romney's fault. It was Romney's fault. Interesting, you know, Paul Ryan issued a statement today, a very polite statement saying thank you for the opportunity. We don't know what happens to him. But in terms of Governor Romney, the party's not going to spend a lot of time fretting over him, I think.
You know, he ran a strong campaign. The problem he had was that the Democrats, especially the campaign, the Obama campaign, the super PACs, over the summer, after he got the nomination, the Republicans, they painted him in such a negative way. That strategy of hammering away at Bain Capital, the Swiss bank accounts, the Cayman Islands, and then when that 47% tape came out, that controversial tape, it really hurt him. So, you know, he did well in that first debate. He almost recovered. He got close. You got to give him some credit. But that negative attack on him, it really was successful when all, you know, negative politics sometimes works.
Sure does. It has to, in some ways, be harder for him today than it was for John McCain 4 years ago because he did come so close in some of these states. Well, let's turn our attention, and Mr. Zelizer, to you first on the governing challenge. The most popular member of the Obama cabinet is the Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. She has given hints she might stay on a little bit longer. Everybody thought she was going to leave right after the election. But if you're the President of the United States both from a global perspective and from a domestic perspective. She brings you value. What do you do now?
Yeah, she's incredibly useful, both for what she can do abroad, but also for her relations here in the United States with the media, with members of Congress. John Kerry is one person who's been mentioned, who has both the foreign policy experience and some of those legislative connections, which are actually quite important to the job. Susan Rice is another person who's been mentioned, who has less kind of gravitas on Capitol Hill compared to John Kerry. My guess is President Obama will try to find someone relatively comparable who could shine in the media, who could do well with members of Capitol Hill as they deal with the challenges abroad.
The Democrats kept control of the Senate, Wolf, so it's slightly easier when he's talking about confirmees. However, the Benghazi dust-up has put a little bit of a tarnish on Susan Rice, if you will. Has that the potential of a more bruising confirmation fight? Does that hurt her chances?
Yes, I think it does. I think she was very... She and Kerry, I think, were the two front runners. But that television appearance, 5 Sunday talk shows in which she said what she said, and given how angry the Republicans are on this whole Benghazi thing and the accusations they're making, and they're going after her directly, I don't know if the president wants to start off a second term with a bruising confirmation battle for Susan Rice. So from her perspective, I think it's hurt her. John Kerry, he did a pretty good job helping him in the debates. So I think he's got a good shot at it. We'll see if anybody else emerges as a candidate.
Even Republican senators, they all tend to be kind to one of their own. So we'll see how that one plays out. Wolf Blitzer, Julian Zelizer, thanks so much. Brooke, you want to be a candidate for the second-term cabinet?
I'll pass. Thank you, though. Good luck to those who would like to try. That is quite a daunting job, John King. Thank you. You know, we've been watching these races, pontificating over who might be in the cabinet. Got to tell you that there were a number of other important victory speeches last night, in addition to that of the president. Ahead, the highlights you missed.
They said it couldn't be done, but when the people stand together, nothing is impossible.
What a night for the first family. President Obama heads back to Washington this hour, victory in hand, but the fiscal cliff very much so looming large. Hello, I'm Brooke Baldwin at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta.
And I'm John King in the CNN Election Center in Washington. The president could be returning to a capital city that's more willing to compromise, at least when it comes to avoiding the fiscal cliff. Listen to the Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid. He talked with the House Speaker, John Boehner, just this morning.
This isn't something that I'm going to draw any lines in the sand. He's not going to draw any lines in the sand, I don't believe. And I think we need to work together.
Do you think a deal is possible?
Of course.
Conciliatory tone there. We'll see what the Speaker has to say. He's speaking live about a half an hour from now.
We'll take that live. Meantime, Wall Street stumbles here this day after election. Take a look. The Dow down 262 points, closing bell in just 60 minutes. Investors turning their attention from the election to money troubles, both here and abroad. Worries about, we're going to be talking about it for a bit here, the fiscal cliff, also Europe's recession, and a warning about Germany, all taking their toll. We're keeping an eye on the Dow.
And back to politics now. An advisor to Mitt Romney tells CNN the Romney campaign really thought they were going to win. But, of course, in the end, they didn't. Our chief political analyst, Gloria Borger, is here to talk about how President Obama won. And, Gloria, when you look at the map, Florida's not called yet. The president's leading at the moment.
Sure.
A narrow victory in the popular vote, a very narrow victory. So not as big a win as last time. But when you look at the electoral map, almost as big a win. Governor Romney flipped only 2 states, North Carolina and Indiana. We'll wait and see what happens in Florida. Was that a surprise, given it was you didn't have a pro-democratic, a big wind at his back like last time?
No, there wasn't a sweep here. Neither of these candidates had coattails either, so this wasn't what we'd call a wave election. And so some of the battleground states were a surprise to us because they were so tight, and they all seemed to move in one direction towards the president. And I think the reason that occurred is because the president knew the people who were going to vote for him in his new coalition, and he expanded it rather than narrowing it, even though the Republicans said, look, we've got voter intensity on our side, we've got enthusiasm on their side. But what they didn't have was the demographics of the changing American population.
Let's take a closer look at that, looking back at our exit polls here. Let's start first by age. A lot of people thought the youth vote would drop. It actually went up a little bit. And look at this, overwhelming for the president. So he got the younger voters and he got them to turn out. One of the advantages, ladies and gentlemen, of not having a primary challenge, they spent months and millions finding these voters and signing them up. So the president kept that number constant, and this number stayed pretty static, and Mitt Romney won the senior vote, but probably not by as much as he needed to.
Yeah, he needed probably to make that number a little bit higher. Maybe Paul Ryan could have been a bit of a drag on him with that particular number. But again, the president didn't expect to win with these voters. He was mining younger voters and, of course, ethnic voters, minorities, and also women, which we'll talk about, too.
Well, let's move it over. Let's bring that over. Let's do it by gender. If we bring that up here, if you bring it up here, let's try that again. She gets funny sometimes. Here we go. 47%. She had a long day yesterday.
Is she?
She had a very he, she, it had a very long day yesterday. Governor Romney wins the men vote. 47% of the electorate was male. Governor Romney won, but a majority of the voters were women yesterday, Gloria, and the president won with an 11-point edge there.
Yeah.
If you're getting an 11-point edge in a majority of the electorate,
you know, that's a problem. Again, you know, Mitt Romney has an advantage with men. But he didn't have as much of an advantage with men as the president had with women. And as you heard at all the conventions, suddenly everyone's role model was their mother, and they wanted to appeal to women. But I think the Republican primaries also had an awful lot to do with this. When issues like contraception, Roe v. Wade start coming up in primary fights, it was very difficult for Mitt Romney to take a turn. His wife tried to help him do that, but to take a turn towards American women and say, you know what? We're really on your side. We want you to vote on the economy, which, of course, is a good case to make to women, but there are other issues they also cared about. And the Republican Party as a whole, not just Mitt Romney. I don't think you can sort of blame this on Mitt Romney, the candidate himself. It's the Republican Party that has a problem with women voters.
Some legacy problems, you might say. Women voters,
exactly.
Latino voters, you get out here in the West, it's a tough time ahead. We'll watch this one play out.
It's not enough to just do well with white men anymore.
No, that party
Not
can't,
enough.
That party can't win in this changing country.
It'll shrink.
Gloria, thank you. Brooke?
Yeah, so we now know Democrats keeping the White House. We know Democrats keeping control of the U.S. Senate, Republicans keeping control of the House. But we're adding an independent to the Senate. He is Senator-elect Angus King of Maine, and he's being a tad coy today, not revealing which way his political affections may bend. Everyone in the Senate now wants to know, will King caucus with the Democrats or the Republicans? He routed his opponents, a Democrat and a Republican, last night and will replace retiring Republican Senator, veteran Senator Olympia Snowe. Here is part of his victory speech.
People don't care who gets the credit. They don't care who's winning and losing from year to year. And they're tired of the false choice that always seems to confront them. As a guy said to me early on this campaign, I've always wanted the chance to vote for none of the above. And you're it.
Senator-elect King joins me on the phone from Brunswick, Maine. Congratulations, sir. Senator-elect. You like how that sounds?
Hey, thank you. Yeah, it sounds pretty good. But I'll go by Angus for now.
Okay, Angus King. Let me ask you this, because everyone wants to know which way you caucus, and I have a feeling you're not going to tell me yet. I understand you've requested meetings with both Mitch McConnell and Harry Reid here. Tell me, in those meetings, what will you be listening for? What are you waiting for to be that turning point to decide which party you'll be caucusing with?
Well, there are really two criteria that I've honed it down to, and one is the extent I can maintain my independence, and the second is how effective I can be on behalf of Maine. And that's what I'll be talking about. I ran on the platform of trying to call them as I see them, not be locked into a party position one way or the other, and that's what I want to try to maintain. But on the other hand, it isn't a stunt. I'm not going down there just to, to plant the flag and not get anything done.
Not a stunt. John King, jump in.
Governor King, it's John King. We've known each other quite some time. You're senator-elect. I'm going to call you governor until you're senator because you're the former governor as well. Will you talk to Olympia Snowe about this? I know she's a friend of yours. She was a Republican, sometimes a pariah in her own caucus. She worked with the president on some issues, whether it was President Clinton. She was a key swing vote sometimes for President Bush and, of course, for President Obama on issues like the stimulus and health care. Will you consult her and ask her, where do you think I'll be more effective?
Absolutely, and I already have. She was the first person to call me last night and offer congratulations. We had a very warm conversation, and I hope to meet with her either up here in Maine later this week or if she's in Washington next week. But yeah, I mean, I ran for the mirror image of the reason she left. I mean, she said she couldn't take it anymore, and I ran because I think we just gotta. We maybe have to try it a different way, so I'm an independent. I was an independent governor, but absolutely, she's one of the first people I want to talk to.
Governor King, let me just jump back in. You bring up Senator Snowe. She was on this show. I was talking to her back in September, and she was explaining, you know, why it was that she was officially done after decades being in Washington, why she was done with Congress. Take a listen.
None of the issues that we are now confronted with in the fiscal cliff, for example, were issues that were a surprise. They were all anticipated. Even the debt ceiling crisis didn't have to be a crisis, putting the country through emotional travail. And so that's what is such, I think, a travesty.
Governor King, what will you do differently?
Well, I hope I can be a bit of a bridge between the two parties. When I was governor, I was an independent and worked with both sides and was able to achieve quite a bit. There were times when I agreed more with the Democrats and times when I agreed more with the Republicans. But, you know, I think Senator Snowe basically said, as a member of a major party, I can't make it work. And so one of my life's philosophy is that doing the same thing harder isn't likely to achieve a different result. So I'm coming in a different way. And I got to tell you, it's the number one thing that I heard from people in Maine, and I can't believe it's only people in Maine who are reading it this way. I mean, Congress has an approval rating of something like 9%. And we've got to start talking to each other because we've got serious problems, and this business of bickering and fighting and blaming, the public doesn't give a damn about that. They just want the problem solved.
And so, Governor, you say you'll call it like you see it. Call this one like you see it as you prepare to become a senator. Might be a little lame duck before you get here, but when it comes to the fiscal issues, the fiscal cliff facing this country, can you get to the place the United States needs to be without, on the one hand, some deep cuts, including programs like Medicare, and some new revenues?
The answer to that is no, you cannot. It's got to be both, and I believe virtually everybody in Washington, with the possible exception of Grover Norquist, knows that. And it's just, you've got to do it that way. I mean, I'm proud to say I was endorsed by both Erskine Bowles and Alan Simpson in my campaign because some kind of framework like they proposed, I think, is exactly the direction we have to move in. And the sooner we can do it and put it behind us, the better everybody will be, the debt as well as the economy.
Senator-elect Angus King it is now. Governor, it's good to talk to you today, and we'll see you when you get here in Washington. And we wish you luck. It's a funny place, as you know.
I'm looking forward to it, I think.
Good luck, sir. Good luck. Thank you for jumping on the phone. I appreciate his candor. His candor there and talking about meeting in the middle. Let's talk about the president, though, because in his victory speech last night, or I should say really the wee hours of the morning, President Obama pledged to act on climate change in his second term. His topic, bound to get his opponents riled up. So to talk about this and the election's impact, we are bringing in Fareed Zakaria. He's going to join us live next. Plus, as we look in the Northeast, get ready for this snow. Look at the radar. The nor'easter that is threatening the Northeast still very much so hurting from Sandy. We will take you there on the ground live.
President Obama still celebrating his victory in Chicago, but due to depart later this hour and head back here to Washington. He'll arrive late this afternoon, returning to the White House firm in the knowledge he gets 4 more years. Joining me now to discuss this from New York are Fareed Zakaria. Fareed, let's listen quickly to a snippet of the president's victory speech and focus here on what he mentions last.
We want our children to live in America that isn't burdened by debt, that isn't weakened by inequality, that isn't threatened by the destructive power of a warming planet.
Sandy had to have some influence on that last part, the warming planet. But Fareed, you know this. Barely a mention in the first term, nary a mention in the campaign. Will it be a significant policy issue now?
It's a very interesting question, John. Look, I think the truth is Barack Obama did do a fair amount with regard to climate change in the first term. That's what the whole green energy push has been. That's what the higher fuel efficiency standards are. These are all efforts to lower in some way America's carbon footprint. And by the way, the natural gas piece of this has been a huge boon. We've declined more than the European Union in terms of carbon emissions over the last 4 years, largely because of natural gas. But still, what you mean is, will we get a carbon tax or a cap-and-trade system? No, of course not, as long as we have a Republican House. But there's a second piece of this which you could do. So the first part is about mitigating, preventing climate change. There's a second piece which is adapting to it, building levees, dealing with coastlines, rebuilding infrastructure, making ourselves more resilient. That piece of it could be a very powerful thing to do because, by the way, that's another word for rebuilding infrastructure, which would be an economic boon. It would bring down unemployment in the construction industry, and it would be a very effective response to one element of climate change.
A president in his second term starts thinking about the L-word legacy, and whatever people think of President Bush and the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, they can look to Africa and PEPFAR and say, wow, that's an impressive piece of the Bush legacy. When this president looks at the world, you remember we've talked about this in the past. He told the outgoing Russian president Dmitry Medvedev, just give me till after the election, I'll have flexibility. But when you look at the world, what do you think? In a second Obama term, what do you think?
The first thing I'd say, John, is, you know, I think when he looks at his legacy, he's going to look for the consolidating of health care. Make that work, make Obamacare work, and I think he feels 20, 30, 40 years from now, people will remember him, and you know, presidents get 1 or 2 lines, as the guy who did universal health care. In foreign policy terms, I think he wants to be the man who moved America and America's attention squarely to Asia, who made America a Pacific power, because he recognizes to be a superpower in the 21st century, you have to be a Pacific power. And I think he wants to, you know, get us out of the Middle East, lower the military footprint of America's involvement in a region that I think he feels at the end of the day is just a lot of problems without a lot of benefits.
You mentioned Asia. During the campaign, Governor Romney went first and then pushed and nudged the president a little bit to take a tougher stance toward China. There are national security questions about China. There are bigger economic questions about China. Will that disappear, or will the president have to be, at least for a while, tougher with Beijing?
I think it will grow. China and the United States are not headed in a good place. For economic reasons, for geopolitical reasons, there are kind of incentives and structures bringing the two countries into a certain degree of conflict. Remember, many of the pressures we feel here, there are similar pressures in China. There are lobbies in China that feel that the Chinese have been too accommodating to the United States. They need to stand up to them. They are, after all, so the argument goes in Beijing, they are the largest creditors of the United States, and they should use that power in some way. So I think that unless this relationship, which is going to become the critical relationship of the 21st century, unless it's well managed, we could find ourselves almost unintentionally with more conflict than we want. We don't want a trade war between the 2 largest economies in the world.
Fareed Zakaria, as always, thanks, my friend.
Thank you, John.
Brooke, always good the day after an election. We stop counting. We start thinking about policy and governing. It's good to have a smart guy on your team.
It is wonderful to have smart guys on the team. And while most Americans had their eyes glued to who would be elected president last night, voters in 2 states approved same-sex marriage for the first time at the ballot box. Ahead, we're going to look at whether this is a turning point here for gay rights in this country. This election could be a major turning point for gay rights and really for the country. Voters in 2 states saying I do to same-sex marriage. Take a look at the results here from Maryland. We'll show you Maine here in just a moment, but keep in mind Maryland and Maine join now 6 other states that already allow men to marry men and women to marry women. But Maine and Maryland here, they're setting a precedent because they are the first states to see gay marriage approved by voters and not just judges or lawmakers. I want to bring in CNN senior legal analyst Jeff Toobin live for me in Washington. And Jeff, obviously this is historic, at least in these 2 states, the gay rights won out. When we look at the numbers here where the same-sex marriage vote stands, this is Washington State. Ballots are still being counted. Was this a big surprise to you?
It was. All the polls were very close. It's not a big surprise, but look, you know, when it's the first time, and remember, 30-plus states had taken public votes on same-sex marriage over the previous decades, and not once had it passed, including even liberal states like California in Proposition 8 a few years ago. So the fact that the voters have spoken on this issue is a very big deal, and it could really mark a sea change on this issue as public opinion polls are marking a sea change on how people feel about same-sex marriage.
The fact that voters specifically have spoken here in Maryland and Maine, especially Maine, because they did a 180 from the last time they were voting on this particular measure. Do you think that this is potentially a sign, a harbinger of things to come in terms of more victories in this country for gay rights?
Well, certainly the trend is entirely in this direction. Think about 2004, which, after all, isn't that long ago. 8 years ago, Karl Rove and the Republican Party said, look, how can we build turnout in states like Ohio? I know we'll put a referenda against same-sex marriage on the ballot, so that will generate a lot of anger and hostility and turnout against same-sex marriage. Well, that doesn't work anymore. And even after President Obama declared his support for same-sex marriage, Mitt Romney didn't make an issue out of it. The Republicans didn't make an issue out of it. It just illustrates how quickly the tide appears to have turned in terms of how the public feels about same-sex marriage.
As you point out, though, the margin is small, but the tide is turning. But when you talk to opponents, let me quote the Maryland Marriage Alliance, quote, such a radical change in the definition of marriage will produce a host of societal conflicts that government, exercising its enormous enforcement powers, will have to resolve. Jeff Toobin, where does this go next? To the federal government, potentially to the Supreme Court?
Well, the Supreme Court has two possible cases this term. One, the constitutionality of the Defense of Marriage Act. The other, whether Proposition 8, the California law, is constitutional. So certainly we're going to hear from the Supreme Court whether they're going to hear those cases in relatively short order. Other than that, the federal government is going to have to deal with some cases, some issues regarding reciprocity. Do they honor, you know, same-sex marriages? But mostly, I think it'll be in the courts in the states over the next few months and the next few years. And it certainly looks like times are changing.
Times are changing. Jeffrey Toobin, thank you. John King, to you.
Up next, Brooke, hate to say this, forget the celebrations, folks. Fiscal cliff staring down Congress and the president. Not much time to rest. This threat that impacts all Americans. Any minute, House Speaker John Boehner expected to speak live about where the talks stand with the president and the Democratic Senate.
Now that we know who the next president is, let me just let you know what we'll be talking about next, that being the fiscal cliff. These are live pictures as we are awaiting House Speaker John Boehner. He will be talking about the fiscal cliff. President Obama and Congress, they have to cut a deal, or trillions of dollars worth of tax increases and spending cuts will kick in the first of the year. We do know that the president called Speaker Boehner and other congressional leaders from Chicago very early today to talk about the legislative agenda for the last few days, months of this year.
Speaker Boehner, Brooks, saying there's no mandate for raising tax rates. He said he had a pleasant conversation. This is the Speaker with Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid this morning, and he says he's not drawing lines in the sand. Now, meanwhile, the Leader Reid may be signaling, can't we work things out?
It's better to dance than to fight. It's better to work together. Everything doesn't have to be a fight. Everything doesn't have to be a fight. That's the way it's been the last couple of years. So everyone should comprehend, especially my Senate friends, that legislation is the art of compromises, consensus building.
That was Leader Harry Reid. We are 60 seconds away, just about, from Speaker Boehner. But let me just bring in here Jill Dougherty. She's covering the White House for us today, and our senior congressional correspondent, Dana Bash. Dana, in the moments we have remaining, we'll just cut away when we see the Speaker in that live picture as we are all sort of watching. We know he indicated Sunday temporary fix might be in the works during the lame duck. Post-election, might that change? You know, as far as we're told, at least his opening bid will be no, it won't change. He very much believes that a temporary fix does not work. It is, and particularly because you're talking about a lame duck Congress. But I have just to give you a little bit of information that Deirdre Walsh and I got on a conference call that the Speaker just wrapped up with his entire Republican conference or caucus. And he was starting out the call, we're told, really trying to buck them up, saying that that we're not going to give in on our principles, that we, the House Republicans, are the firewall between the Democrats and the Senate and all. Oh, you know what? I'm going to stop talking. There's the Speaker. Let's go. Let's take him live.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by offering my congratulations to President Obama and the First Lady and to Vice President Biden and Dr. Biden. Like many Americans, I was hoping that this presidential election would turn out a little differently. Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan are good men. They're good leaders. I want to wish Mitt, Ann, Paul, and Jana and their families well. But the American people have spoken. They've reelected President Obama, and they've again reelected a Republican majority in the House of Representatives. If there's a mandate in yesterday's results, it's a mandate for us to find a way to work together on the solutions to the challenges that we all face as a nation. And my message today is not one of confrontation, but one of conviction. In the weeks and months ahead, we face a series of tremendous challenges and great opportunity. Just weeks away from now looms the so-called fiscal cliff, a combination of automatic spending cuts and tax increases mandated by law. Within months of the fiscal cliff, Congress will be asked to raise the nation's debt ceiling. Around the same time, legislation will be needed to keep the government running as the continuing resolution under which we're currently operating expires. Amid all of these short-term hurdles, we face the greatest challenge of all, a massive debt that is smothering growth and exceeding the entire size of our economy. There will be many who will say that with the election over, we should confront the first of these challenges by simply letting the top two tax rates expire and pushing the sequester off to some other date. They'd have us engaged in the same short-term temporary policies that have helped put us into this fix. In essence, they're saying, let's have more of the same. Let's agree to drive our economy off part of the fiscal cliff instead of driving it off the whole fiscal cliff, and we'll call it a day. You know, that might get us out of town, but it won't get us out of the problem, and it will also hurt our economy. And we can't keep going on like that. We can't keep setting the bar that low. It's time that we raise the bar. You know, the American people this week didn't give us a mandate to simply do the simple thing. They elected us to lead. They gave us a mandate to work together to do the best for our country. And we know what the best thing to do would be. That would be an agreement that sends the signal to our economy and to the world that after years of punting on the major fiscal challenges that we face, 2013 is going to be different. It would be an agreement that begins to pave the way for long-term growth that is essential if we want to lift the cloud of debt that's hanging over our country. And we won't solve the problem of our fiscal imbalance overnight, and certainly won't do it in a lame duck session of Congress. And it won't be solved simply by raising taxes or taking a plunge off the fiscal cliff. What we can do is avert the cliff in a manner that serves as a down payment on and a catalyst for major solutions enacted in 2013 to begin to solve the problem. Mr. President, the Republican majority here in the House stands ready to work with you to do what's best for our country. And that's exactly what I told the President earlier today. That is the will of the people, and we will answer to them. And doing what's best means fully considering the impact of the policies that we might set in motion. You know, the independent accounting firm Ernst & Young says going over part of the fiscal cliff and raising taxes on the top two rates would cost our economy more than 700,000 jobs. Ernst & Young also confirmed that many of those hit with a rate increase will be small business owners, the very people who both parties acknowledge are the key to private sector job creation. There's an alternative to going over the fiscal cliff, in whole or in part. It involves making real changes to the financial structure of entitlement programs and reforming our tax code to curb special interest loopholes and deductions. By working together and creating a fairer, simpler, cleaner tax code, we can give our country a stronger, healthier economy. A stronger economy means more revenue, which is what the president seeks. Because the American people expect us to find common ground, we're willing to accept some additional revenues via tax reform. There's a model for tax reform that supports economic growth. It happened in 1986 with a Democrat House run by Tip O'Neill and a Republican president named Ronald Reagan. In 1986, there too were skeptics who doubted the economic benefits of tax reform. Well, those skeptics were wrong. As Stanford economist and former Treasury Secretary George Shultz put it, the 1986 reform is the sort of unsung hero of the very good economic times we've had for a long time. The time has come again to revamp the tax code. And if we do, he argues, we'll get a gusher, and there will be a response, and revenue will come in. But the American people also expect us to solve the problem. And for that reason, in order to garner Republican support for new revenues, the president must be willing to reduce spending and shore up entitlement programs that are the primary drivers of our debt. If we aren't seeking to impose our will on the president, we're asking him to make good on his balanced approach. The president has called for a balanced approach to the deficit, a combination of spending cuts and increased revenues. But a balanced approach isn't balanced if it means higher taxes on small businesses that are the key to getting our economy moving again and keeping it moving. A balanced approach isn't balanced if it means that we increase the amount of money coming into the coffers of government, but we don't cut spending and address entitlements at the same time. A balanced approach isn't balanced if it's done in the old Washington way of raising taxes now and ultimately failing to cut spending in the future. A balanced approach isn't balanced if it means slashing national defense instead of making the common sense spending cuts that are truly needed. Real economic growth eluded us in the first term of this president. And without it, we can't solve our debt problem. And for the purposes of forging a bipartisan agreement that begins to solve the problem, we're willing to accept new revenue under the right conditions. What matters is where the increased revenue comes from and what type of reform comes with it. Does the increased revenue come from government taking a larger share of what the American people earn through higher tax rates? Or does it come as a byproduct of growing our economy, energized by a simpler, cleaner, fairer tax code with fewer loopholes and lower rates for all? And at the same time we're reforming the tax code, are we supporting growth by taking concrete steps to put our country's entitlement programs on a sounder financial footing? Or are we just going to continue to duck the matter of entitlements, and thus the root of the entire problem? Shoring up entitlements and reforming the tax code, closing special interest loopholes and deductions, and moving to a fairer, simpler system will bring jobs home and result in a stronger, healthier economy. And history teaches that this is the right path to take. Tax reform done in a manner in which I've described will result in additional revenue that the president seeks. It will support economic growth, which means more revenue generated for the Treasury. And it will improve the efficiency of the tax system, which means additional revenue as well. Listen, we're closer than many think to the critical mass that's needed legislatively to get tax reform done. The President and I talked about it extensively during the summer of 2011. Senator Pat Toomey and Chairman Jeb Hensarling, with the support of other Republicans, offered substantive proposals in the so-called super committee last year that provided revenue via tax reform. Now, the American people recognize that our economy, getting it moving again, is the only way we'll be able to balance the federal budget. And the question we should be asking is not which taxes should I raise to get more revenue, but which reforms can we agree on that will get our economy moving again? There are two paths we can take to get the revenue the president seeks. Feeding the growth of government through higher tax rates won't help us solve the problem. Feeding the growth of our economy through a better and cleaner tax code will. Now, the president has signaled a willingness to do tax reform with lower rates. Republicans have signaled a willingness to accept new revenue if it comes from growth and reform. So let's start the discussion there. I'm not suggesting we compromise on our principles, but I am suggesting that we commit ourselves to creating an atmosphere where we can see common ground where it exists and seize it. And if we can't find common ground, it means we'll continue to operate on a tax code on a year-by-year basis. It means we'll continue to extend major programs for a month at a time. It means we'll continuously face expiration of the government's borrowing authority. And we'll be on constant downgrade watch from our creditors. In the New Testament, there's a parable told of two men. One who built his house on sand, the other who built his house on rock. The foundation of our country's economy, the rock of our economy, has always been small businesses in the private sector. I ran one of those small businesses, and I can tell you that raising the small business taxes means they don't grow. If small businesses don't grow, our economy doesn't grow. And if our economy doesn't grow, we don't have a prayer of digging our country out of the hole that we call our national debt. This is why going over part of the fiscal cliff and raising taxes on job creators is really no solution at all. Instead of building our house on sand, let's build it on rock. Instead of raising small business taxes, let's start by fixing their problems. Let's start by giving them some confidence and certainty about what the future holds. And for this to work, we need to plan for a serious process, focused on substance, not on theatrics. It will require weeks of work rather than a weekend of photo ops. It won't happen around a campfire at Camp David or in a secret room of some Air Force base, or as much as I'd like, over 18 holes of golf. This is going to take time, but if we're all striving for a solution, I'm confident that we can get there. Mr. President, this is your moment. We're ready to be led, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans. We want you to lead, not as a liberal or conservative, but as President of the United States of America. We want you to succeed. Let's challenge ourselves to find the common ground that has eluded us. Let's rise above the dysfunction and do the right thing together for our country. Thank you all.
The Republican House Speaker John Boehner delivering his first post-election statement, focusing exclusively on the country's decisions, the decisions the country has to make as it heads into what they call the fiscal cliff. Our senior congressional correspondent, Dana Bash, is still with us. Jill Doherty standing by at the White House. Dana, to you first. There were some conciliatory words in there, but as he planted the first flag, he essentially said, Mr. President, you need to acknowledge you're going to cut entitlement programs, and you need to give up on your biggest short-term goal, which is essentially the expiring Bush tax cuts, higher taxes on the wealthy. Speaker Boehner saying no.
Right. I mean, that's pretty much exactly what he said if you read between the lines. But the tone really deserves to be highlighted because it is a different tone. And you know what? Tone does matter here in this city, particularly given what we've seen over the past couple of years. Harry Reid was the same way, being very conciliatory. But he was very clear. And it was interesting the way he sort of tried to throw what the president and he discussed, which didn't go anywhere about a year ago on debt relief, in his face, essentially, saying that you did agree during those talks to tax cuts that are lower than they are now. So, you know, you do have it in you somewhere. But he also made clear that he's going to stick to his idea that a temporary fix is not going to work. He wants to do something long-term, tax reform, entitlement reform. One other thing I will tell you just about the politics of where he is, he had a conference call with his conference just before going on at this press conference. And he really tried to buck them up and saying, look guys, you got to stick with me. But he also, we're told, made very clear in this private conference call that these members of the House Republican Conference have just got to follow him and that he is going to, in his words, make sure that he doesn't get boxed out by the White House, but also doesn't get boxed in.
Doesn't get boxed in. Jill Doherty, the president placed that phone call. Speaker Boehner alluded to it. If you listen to the speaker there, he wants the president to blink first. The president just won a campaign, kept his coalition intact, including people who say, Mr. President, don't cut Medicare, including people who say, Mr. President, you better get those higher taxes on the wealthy. Are we in this high-stakes game of chicken? Is that essentially what this is? Who blinks first?
Yeah, I think it's the opening gambit, you could say, in this chess match, which will try to put the president in a slightly difficult situation, because after all, what they're saying is we will be willing to increase taxes if you revamp the tax code, and most importantly, if you reduce the entitlements. And that's the nub. That's the issue right now. So, but I do agree with Dana that there is a different tone. He is saying, we want to be led. That's a very interesting phrase. We want to be led. But all of this, as we've been reporting, he is using a teleprompter. This is very carefully phrased. It is, read the fine print, because right now we're going into some very important but very complex period of negotiating the way out of this.
The opening markers being placed. Jill Doherty at the White House, Dana Besh here in studio, and Brooke, as we throw it back to you, we had an election. We have the results. We know what Congress is going to look like. We know what the White House is going to look like, and this is one giant important question mark as the country teeters on the edge of that fiscal.
But to the point in your conversation about Speaker Boehner's tone, did you notice the color of his tie? Purple. Did you notice that? Purple. Just saying. Maybe it was the first thing he grabbed when he was in his closet this morning, but I feel like there is no coincidence in politics these days. Guys, thank you all so much. It's no secret the relationship between President Obama and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is, shall we say, a complicated one. So how will these two work together in the president's second term? CNN's chief international correspondent, Christian Amanpour, giving us a little perspective next. Let me just bring her right in. She is CNN's chief international correspondent, Christian Amanpour, joining me live from New York. Christian, nice to see you here on this day after Election Day. Huge, huge win, obviously, for the President of the United States, 4 more years. But let's talk big picture here. I mean, looking ahead in terms of the global economy, what's the one thing the President needs to do in order to sort of help the world, economically speaking?
Well, you just heard Speaker Boehner talk about what needs to be done to avoid this fiscal cliff. And he said clearly we need to send a message not just to the United States but to the world that 2013 is going to be different. And today some of the reaction around the world has been one of some sort of eagerness to see whether this gridlock in American government, this gridlock in Congress that we've seen and we've reported on for so many months and years now, will give way to some bipartisan action to make sure that the economy can move forward and this fiscal cliff is avoided, because they are very concerned in Europe and beyond. And you can see the dramatic implosion of the Eurozone today with the Dow dropping, all the problems we've got in Greece with the austerity that Parliament is considering. And on top of that, to think that there could be some fallout from a U.S. fiscal cliff going over, that is not what they want.
And here we have live pictures of the Dow tanking here 10 minutes before the closing bell, down almost 300 points here. So as we look at the economy moving forward, as Speaker Boehner points out, 2013, a big year, I want to ask you about the relationship between the president and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, because he had a not-so-secret preference for Mitt Romney this election. Their relationship goes back years and years and years. In fact, I was reading one of the Israeli newspapers, Israel Today, ran no fewer than 4 opinion pieces just yesterday endorsing Romney. What happens now, Christian, in this relationship between Netanyahu and Obama?
Well, what happens now is that Obama is the president of the United States, Netanyahu is the prime minister of Israel, and they have to work together. These are two countries which stand side by side. There is no doubt in anybody's mind that the United States stands firmly for the security of Israel. The international community knows it. Yes, there has been a very cool relationship between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Obama. However, Netanyahu did congratulate the president this morning, and he said the strategic alliance between Israel and the U.S. is stronger than ever. I will continue to work with President Obama in order to assure the interests that are vital to the security of the citizens of Israel. So again, no doubt where the United States stands vis-a-vis the strong security and protection of Israel. The real issue, of course, that has divided them, one, Iran, a big problem, because Israel wants to take a much more proactive, potentially even military solution to that. And in the campaign, you saw that President Obama was trying to head that off, wanted no part of another war, at least not now, and wanted to give diplomacy and negotiations continued stance. But it was taken from his words in his campaigning, particularly in the primaries, that perhaps Mitt Romney, as president, might see the U.S. enter another war, and that might be over Iran. So that's a big, big issue. That's a huge problem for the United States right now. Not even considering Israel, but just the U.S. And will the United States, will the Obama administration now use a second term, use that political capital, use political will to do what he said he wanted to do in the beginning, and that is to negotiate and offer a different relationship with Iran? Will Iran respond? Well, today, one of the key foreign policy advisors who I've interviewed several times in Iran, to the top leader there, said that talks between the U.S. and Iran are not taboo, and that if they're done over issues of mutual interest, that might work. We'll see. It takes courage from both the U.S. president and the Iranian leadership. We'll see how that goes. Obviously, another big issue is Syria, Brooke.
A huge issue is Syria, where the U.S. goes forward. There was some movement in terms of Britain today allowing this direct involvement with the rebels who, again, are fighting the Assad regime. We'll watch that post-election, and of course we'll watch whether or not we saw Netanyahu with that big red magic marker in front of the UN General Assembly. We'll see what Obama's next move is here in that standoff. Christian Amanpour, always a pleasure. Thank you. And we have the same president, the same parties in charge of both the House and the Senate. Now that the campaign is over, are there any hopes here that our political leaders will reach out across party lines to solve some of the big problems we face? That debate is next. I want to bring in CNN political analyst Roland Martin and CNN contributor Reihan Salam. Gentlemen, welcome back. The election did not dramatically change the dynamics in Washington, but I do just want to point out, we just heard from Speaker Boehner, complete with his, purple tie here, conciliatory tone, talking about how 2013 should be different, talking about the fiscal cliff, this combination of tax hikes and spending cuts, basically set to kick in if Congress doesn't come together and agree on something, set to kick in the first of the year. What do you make of his tone, Reihan? And can we really expect the next 4 years to be different?
Well, the fundamental issue is that President Obama holds all of the cards. Basically, if you have expiration of the Bush-era tax rates, you have expiration. That's baked into the cake. If nothing is done, you just see a sharp increase in those taxes. So basically, President Obama knows that he can get the Republicans to agree to something very dramatic. I have a sense of what I think is going to be the ultimate deal. What I imagine will happen is that we're going to see an extension of most of the rates, but a creation of a millionaire's tax bracket. And I think that President Obama is going to try to peel off a few Republican votes in the Senate in order to pass that with something like a kind of an appearance of bipartisan support. So I think that that's, frankly, very shrewd for him politically, because it actually allows him to realize one of his campaign ambitions. And it's basically in a position where Republicans are very, very weak right now. So I think that that's where this is coming from on the part of Boehner. He's trying to do the best he can with a very weak hand.
Right. A lot of people talking about Republicans this morning waking up and soul searching. Roland, we just heard from the Republican Speaker of the House saying, Mr. President, it's your turn. It's your time to lead. How does he lead differently now?
Well, obviously, he has to start with the relationship that he has with Speaker Boehner. That really is a fundamental issue. But here's the other piece, though. We can talk about the need for President Barack Obama to lead, but also Speaker Boehner is going to have to lead his caucus. And that really is a problem because, look, you have some folks in his caucus, a significant number of individuals who are very far on the right, many of them who were saying in the last negotiations, look, forget that, allow us to fall off this cliff. I mean, we have no problem with, going down that route. The question is, how is he going to be able to get them under control, to get them to understand that they're going to have to make some concessions?
How does he do that? How does that happen? How do you get past the vitriol?
You know what? And again, that's really the $64,000 question that he has to deal with.
Yeah.
The president has an easier task in trying to deal with his Democratic caucus. He's going to need Speaker Boehner to do a very good job trying to get his caucus under control, and that really is the wild card because Speaker Boehner, I do believe, wants to cut an appropriate deal. The question is, will his caucus go along with it? And last thing he wants to do is lose control of that and possibly see them elevate Eric Cantor above him.
Speaker Boehner said, and I'm quoting, no more punting. 2013 is going to be different. Roland Martin, Raihan Salam, gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thanks,
And before I let you go, take a look at the big board with me. This is one of the big stories here as we're watching this massive sell-off. About to hear that closing bell. The Dow down 300 points here the day after Election Day. And, of course, much of this has to do with the looming.
Much happening now. The President of the United States is on his way back to Washington right now for 4 more years in the White House. You're going to see his return to the White House during this program. Also, Republicans still control the House of Representatives. Will the president find any more cooperation in his second term than during his first? And after passage of an historic ballot question, how soon will it be until people in Colorado can light up a marijuana cigarette legally? I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room. Right now, President Obama is aboard Air Force One. He's heading east from Chicago. He's already reaching out to congressional leaders, trying to set the agenda for his second term in office. Across the country today, Americans awoke to banner headlines. From re-elected in the president's hometown, Chicago Tribune, to Obama wins in his adopted city, the Washington Post. The New York Times proclaimed it's Obama's night, while across the country, the Los Angeles Times told readers it's Obama again. Even though Florida still hasn't officially been called for either candidate, the Miami Herald says it's Obama. CNN White House correspondent Brianna Keeler has been keeping track of what the president's been doing since his victory speech early this morning. Brianna, the president should be landing back in Washington fairly soon, taking Marine One over to the White House. He's got a full agenda already, I assume.
He does, and I will tell you, Wolf, the White House is keeping it under wraps as far as what happens after he arrives at the White House, but we know that he'll land, obviously, at Andrews Air Force Base. We're expecting that not too long after 5 Eastern, and then he'll come here to the White House, landing on the South Lawn in Marine One, the first time he's been back to the White House, knowing that he'll be here for another 4 years. This morning, he did wake up in Chicago as we wait for him to leave Chicago. He called congressional leaders, Democrats and Republicans in both the House and Senate, and before making his way to the airport, stopped by his campaign headquarters to meet with hundreds of volunteers and staff members and really thank them. We understand people were standing on desks trying to get a look at him. They gave him a standing ovation as he entered the room. But he's coming back, Wolf, as you know, to some serious reality and a plate of a lot of work on his hands, obviously, as he's already reaching out to congressional leaders. As you know, here at the end of December, tax cuts, all kinds of tax cuts, including the Bush-era tax cuts set to expire January 2nd. Those spending cuts from sequestration go into effect. And that's not it. In February, he has to send a budget to Congress. You're looking at a debt ceiling that may need to be increased in February. And in March, it is potentially the stage set for a government shutdown if Congress and the White House can't agree on a way forward to fund the federal government. He has a busy schedule here in the coming months, Wolf.
And we're going to be standing by for live coverage once he lands at Andrews Air Force Base and then choppers over to the South Lawn of the White House on Marine One. What he does after that, I'm sure there'll be a really raucous, joyous reception from the White House staff for the president. We'll cover that as well. Brianna, thank you. Let's continue this conversation with our chief political analyst, Gloria Borger, our chief political correspondent, Candy Crowley, and the New York Times political correspondent, Jeff Zeleny, who's joining us as well. Candy, what's the most important thing the president now needs to do to set off his second term in the right direction?
Oh, well, fix the fiscal cliff. I mean, somehow, because really his most important job in the next 4 years is the same job he had the first 4 years, fix the economy. And the first step toward that is somehow making sure that these tax increases at some level and these spending cuts do not go into effect December 31st. So simple.
He's got a mission. You know, these exit polls showed something very interesting, Gloria. 47%, an unusual number, but 47% of the people in the exit polls say they would support tax increases for those making more than $250,000 a year. That's what the president wants to do. He wants to raise taxes. We just heard a little bit a while ago from the House Speaker, John Boehner, saying he's open to increase tax revenues if it comes from tax reform.
Right. It's
not necessarily hikes in the tax rate.
Right. I mean, the Speaker made it clear it's got to be part of a broader package of tax reform, which is, I think, what everybody kind of understands and knows. I think the challenge for the president right now, and I was talking to a senior Democrat who said, look, I do expect the president to come out towards the end of this week, either in a press conference or in a statement, to talk about the fiscal cliff. The question is how specific he will be and how detailed he will be. Will he put something on the table and say, okay, I'm up for tax reform, let's fix things this way, let's kick a very large can down the road for a very short time, and I promise you, here's a framework of what I want to do, give me the framework of what you want to do, and let's work together. Or
to how he governed the first 4 years.
Or will he just come out and said, okay, we got to fix this, let's get together. So the question is, has he changed, I think.
Because the Speaker just now, Candy, he put out a framework in general terms how he could see some sort of compromise emerge. He says he wants to reach out and reach a deal with the President of the United States. The President presumably will say something similar, but the real negotiations won't be in public. They'll be behind the scenes.
Yes, absolutely. And this isn't all that much different, by the way, than what Mitt Romney had said for a while, which was, oh, sure, well, we're open to closing loopholes and all of that, but we're not going to raise the tax rates. And this is clear. It was clear to me from what Speaker Boehner said that they are not interested in letting those tax increases go up on those making $250,000 or more. And the president has said, I'm going to veto anything that comes to me that doesn't raise those taxes. So I realize that everybody says nice things the day after an election, but it reminds me to whenever we come up on a tragedy that involves guns, everybody the next day is talking about how we have to tone down the rhetoric and how we have to all, work together, and then it kind of devolves.
But the Republican Party has a problem. If you look at the exit polls from last night, less than 20% of voters think that Mitt Romney cared about people like them. Remove Mitt Romney, make it the Republican Party. The question is, how does the Republican Party, again, become the party that represents the middle class? This is what they have to be thinking about. So the question is, on the tax issue, will there be any give on the taxes for the wealthy? I mean, maybe they raise the bar about how you define what wealthy is. Maybe it's
Candy, somebody is going to have to blink in these negotiations. Right, you got November and December, that's it.
And you're also looking at a speaker who has, I haven't seen the latest figures, but could pick up a couple of seats. So, I mean, he doesn't, I realize that the Republican Party, while you've seen, is in trouble. That's true at the presidential level. It's true in the demographic level. It's true at the Senate level. It's not true at the House level, and that's always been where the problem's been.
How much of a mandate does the president have? He won a majority of the popular vote. He had an impressive electoral college win once again. So how much of a mandate does he have to go forward?
Well, again, all I can say, yeah, he won re-election, so A, that's the mandate. But if you look at the exit polls, you have a country in which 77% of the people thinks that the economy is bad, okay? Think we're headed down the wrong track. So this president was reelected by an American public who thought he can help the middle class, but they don't think their economic situation is great. So what kind of a mandate does he have? His mandate is to fix things. And I think that's about as far as it really goes.
But presidents define their own mandates. We saw that with George W. Bush, who won by about this amount, came in and said, hey, I won, and we're going to change Social Security. It didn't work. But nonetheless, he even felt after the first election in 2000 that he had a mandate. So you either go in there and you seize control and roll the dice, or you work and say, okay, the country's clearly split, and we've got to find some way to...
Hold on a second, because Breonna Keeler is still with us over at the White House. Breonna, you're just back from Chicago. You were at the president's campaign headquarters. You did an excellent job covering what was going on last night. At what point did they finally realize this was going to be an excellent night for the president?
You know, they seemed pretty confident even early on. They seemed relaxed and they seemed calm. But obviously, I think they were waiting ultimately until Ohio, until they could really breathe a sigh of relief, because there were obviously a lot of concerns about the recounts. But I think they were looking and seeing the margins that they were winning in some of those battleground states, and they felt like it was going to be a good night for them. Remember, we'd heard even days before, and yes, it was spin, but it turned out to be true from some of the president's top campaign advisors, pardon the wind here at the White House, that they thought they were going to win the electoral vote and the popular vote, and there was some folks wondering about that. But I also think, Wolf, now you're moving on very much to reality, and that's so much what President Obama is going to be confronting as he just steps out of Marine One here on the South Lawn. You're talking about what to do about the fiscal cliff. One of the things that strikes me, having covered Congress as he came into power 4 years ago, was that he did obviously have such a large mandate then with so much support, but you could see as the weeks wore on, as the months wore on, and very soon into his tenure, you could see the political capital start to wane. He doesn't have the political capital that he had in 2008, so that also creates some of the issues with even punting on some stopgap measure to deal with the fiscal cliff. This is something that is going to expire just as the days and the weeks go on as he tries to work with Republicans towards a solution.
And briefly, Candy, one final question to you. You're just back from Boston. You were there with the Romney campaign last night. They went in pretty upbeat. They thought they might have a good chance of winning, didn't they?
They did, but I have to tell you that there was a certainty about the Obama campaign even 2 weeks out. I talked to a senior strategist who said, I'm not kidding you here. That's a cleaned up version. I'm not kidding you here, Candy. I will show you the figures afterwards. We have this. They were certain. There was an optimism in the Romney camp, but it wasn't based on the numbers. It was based on the feel of things. Yeah. And one thing you know when you cover a campaign, the feel of things can be really deceiving.
And the numbers are more important than the anecdotal evidence.
And in the end, the demographics and identity politics kind of worked against them. And if there is a mandate coming out of this, it is that. You saw that in the exit polls by a 2-to-1 margin, people believe there should be a path to citizenship for immigrants in this country, and that I think if there's any mandate for Republicans and Democrats coming out of this, it is to get immigration reform done.
I think the Republicans, we're going to have much more on this part of the story. I'm taking another look at their strategy going down the road. Guys, thanks very, very much. Mitt Romney's kept a low profile today. We got a glimpse of him when his close aide Garrett Jackson tweeted this picture along with a caption that read, Governor, or I should say Gov, hanging out with family this morning. What an incredible family. So blessed to be so close to them. President Obama won't need moving trucks for another 4 years. We're going to watch his family's return to Washington after a grueling time out there on the campaign trail. And 2 states take extraordinary steps towards legalizing marijuana. We're taking a closer look at the clash between voters out there and the Drug Enforcement Agency. It was a big day yesterday for advocates for legalizing marijuana. Voters in Washington State and Colorado approved ballot initiatives legalizing marijuana for recreational use, but the measures could be challenged in court. The Colorado Governor, John Hickenlooper, said in a press conference, and I'm quoting him now, "This will be a complicated process, but we intend to follow through." That said, federal law still says marijuana is an illegal drug, so don't break out the Cheetos or Goldfish too quickly. He's got a sense of humor. And the Federal Drug Enforcement Agency is repeating its stance that it's illegal to sell, possess, or use marijuana. I'm joined now by CNN's senior legal analyst, Jeffrey Toobin. We're not talking about marijuana for medical purposes. We're talking about marijuana for fun, for recreational purposes, if you will, and there's obviously a big difference.
Well, there is, and it's quite clear that the governor is right. Don't break out the munchies yet, because it is not legal under federal law to possess marijuana. Now, what makes this a peculiar situation is that in most jurisdictions, when I was an assistant U.S. attorney in New York, we had rules. We didn't prosecute under federal law except very large quantities of marijuana. We left that to the states. Here, apparently, the state is not going to prosecute. But even though the federal government doesn't generally prosecute, it's still illegal. So obviously, there has to be some sort of negotiation here, or people are taking a terrible risk.
So what's the next legal step? The folks in Colorado think that they're going to be able to go buy marijuana and use it for fun, whatever. and the federal government says not so fast.
Right. When the federal government, the Obama administration has been quite clear, is that they are going to enforce federal law. So if there is some sort of conspicuous attempt to defy federal law, if someone tries to open a, pot brownie store in downtown Denver, you can be sure the federal government will just go in there and bust the people who are doing it. I think this is likely to lead to some sort of public education. And Congress, some people are seriously talking about legalizing marijuana. But in terms of actual change in Colorado, I just don't think much is going to happen here, because the federal government is not going to be bullied by a state that has a personal preference. This is a law that applies in all 50 states. Congress has spoken. Congress, at least so far, hasn't changed its mind. So I think this is the beginning of a dialogue, but in terms of actual legalities, nothing's changed, and people will really be taking a risk.
So this is a sort of like Arizona passes a tough immigration law, which the federal government says that isn't consistent with federal law. Federal law, they say, trumps the state law. In this particular case, if the Obama administration and the DEA insist, they say federal law, which says marijuana is illegal, will trump state law in Colorado?
Well, it's very similar, except that it's much clearer in this case. Remember, the Arizona law, the Supreme Court split 5-4 about it. Some parts of the law were constitutional, some were not. That area of the law can be very complicated and difficult to predict. This is not complicated. This is not difficult. It is a straight-up conflict, and it is quite clear under the Constitution that the federal government is in charge here. That said, in situations like that, there are sometimes negotiations about how things work, but since there haven't been those negotiations yet, the federal government is in charge here, and it's illegal, and people would be taking a big risk if they, conspicuously smoke pot in Denver or anywhere else.
So the advice from the governor was good advice.
It was.
Hold on.
Just hold up.
Just calm down.
Or go to California and get a prescription.
Thank you.
Right.
Both parties have predicted victory on Election Day, but for Mitt Romney, something went wrong on the way to 270 electoral votes. We're going to do the math to see what happened. John King is standing by. Both campaigns said they were very confident going into Election Day. So what went right for President Obama and very wrong for his Republican challenger, Mitt Romney? I'm joined now by our chief national correspondent, John King. We spent a lot of time together over here at the Magic Wall yesterday. Let's recap what went right, what went wrong for these two candidates.
And we should note, Florida's still gold because we haven't been able to call it yet. The county still continues. The president leads. This is our electoral map. What went right for President Obama, Wolf, is, campaigns often make these grand promises. In this case, the Obama campaign did exactly what it said it would do. If you look at the electoral map on the morning after, Governor Romney picked up Indiana and North Carolina from the president's coalition 4 years ago. Maybe he'll get Florida in the end. It doesn't look that way, but maybe he will. But just a gain of 2 states. How did that happen? Well, let's go back to where we were. Let's go back to where we were coming into the election. This was our map coming into the final weeks. And so we had already leaned North Carolina red, and Governor Romney got it. We had already made Indiana solid. So essentially, from Election Day, or the last week of the election, Governor Romney got nothing. President Obama held on in Nevada. Why? For years. No primary challenge. Remember, they spent money. They identified, they turned out all those Latino voters. Colorado, suburban voters, Latino voters. The president held on to that one. An amazing turnout operation. When I traveled out there, you saw it. You were impressed by it. They out-hustled Governor Romney. They held on to Iowa, a state Governor Romney was so confident they were going to get. The Republican governor put registration at parity. The Republicans thought they could get it. They got out-hustled again. Wisconsin, the Paul Ryan pick was not enough. Stayed blue DNA. Again, a mix of traditional Democratic voters.
After Scott Walker won that recall, they would have a shot.
And one lesson we learned is that midterm elections are not presidential elections. The turnout did rise. The Obama people said African-American turnout will come back, and it did. They said Latino turnout would come back, and it did. And so this is what you ended up with. All of these states, all of the states I just turned blue were states that at one point or another the Romney campaign felt pretty confident about, and at the end, and a few felt very confident about. So President Obama out-hustled them and ran the board. The luxury of no primary, all that spending on turnout. But look, they were smart. They identified their voters. Who would vote for us on Election Day? And where are the weak links? Let's get them to vote early.
And Florida right now, we have the actual vote that's in Florida. Let's take a look and see where it is
that's right. It's shaded blue because the actual vote that is counted.
So right now, 97% of the vote has been counted. The president's ahead 50% to 49%. He's got, what, about a 50,000 vote lead so far,
yes.
Which may or may not be enough, you say. based on the counties that you're looking at?
They're counting some absentee ballots. If you notice, most everything came in today. Miami-Dade was out last night. It's up at 100. Broward County up at 100. You can go around and find a couple of counties. I'd have to touch them all to find a couple that are there. You know, that's 97%.
Basically, we're talking about the absentee ballots, the provisional ballots that they're going through right now.
Right, and so they're going to go through them. And because it doesn't matter, I don't mean to offend the voters of Florida, because it doesn't matter in the outcome of the election. The president has more than enough electoral votes. There's no reason for us to, you know, try to make judgments. Let's let them count the provisional ballots. It looks like, from most accounts, both from the math on the ground on Election Day and from the people we've talked to, it looks like the president will hold that lead. But it is possible Governor Romney could make it up in provisional ballots.
If he holds that lead and those electoral votes from Florida stay in his column, it's a pretty impressive electoral college win.
It is. And if you look at the, let's come back to the national numbers. They're very happy. They are very happy in the Obama campaign. They got over 50, and they won the popular
vote. Almost by 3 million votes.
You know, 3/4 of the way through the night, we weren't sure. Governor Romney was still
California.
leading. California saved the president, and all these West Coast states saved the president in terms of the popular vote. But again, you go back and you look at their model, and you know campaigns are always spinning you. They're always trying to give you their best impression. If you go back to notes from briefings with the Obama people more than a year ago, and compare them to what happened on Election Day, you have to give them credit. They said, this is what we're going to do, and Wolf, they did it.
50% is pretty good for this kind of a campaign. John, good work yesterday. Great work. Thank you. As Democrats celebrate and Republicans wonder what went wrong, we're trying to dig deeper into what happened, what's next. A very special panel with some very smart people. That's up next. They also have some unsolicited advice. As Democrats celebrate President Obama's re-election of the White House, Republicans are left asking themselves, now what? Here's a quick snapshot.
You said Governor Romney would get 53% plus in the popular vote, 300 electoral votes or more. What happened?
I was wrong. Republicans are going to take a very serious look at what happened and why did it happen and why were we not more competitive at the presidential level.
The reality is that Mitt Romney won a near historic portion of the white vote in America, and he suffered a very bad loss. That's because the country looks different. It has changed.
If we're going to win in the future, Republicans need to do better among Latinos, and they need to do better among women, particularly single women.
With a high unemployment rate, with high poverty, with an economy that is not strong, if you lose this election, what elections are you going to win?
All right, let's get straight to our CNN political contributor, Margaret Hoover. She's got an excellent panel with her. Margaret.
Thank you, Wolf. We do have an excellent panel here today, and we are deconstructing what happened in the election. We're going to start first with the Republicans. I have two Republicans, one on my right, one on stage right. Ross Douthat, was this a Democratic realignment?
Quite possibly, yes. I mean, you know, we throw around terms like realignment and, you know, you can argue this and that. But the fact is that what Obama did in 2008, he, you know, on a smaller scale, replicated in 2012 successfully. And I think the most telling statistic from this election is that Romney actually won the independent vote. Yeah, not by the huge margins that he needed, but he won it. So when you win your supporters and you win independents and you still lose the election, that tells you that the other party has a majority coalition. And that's, you know, may not be true 4 years from now, but right now, this is, you know, the Obama majority, and we're all just living in it.
Well, you're not going to give Republicans advice, but you are. Anna, what do Republicans take away from this?
We had a thumping.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a thumping when I get a thumping, and we need to, and we don't have time, and we really shouldn't be doing much navel gazing. Okay, 1 or 2 days of navel gazing is allowed. But, you know, after that, I think we have 4
years. I don't know. Why not let it run a little bit?
Because the things we have to do are long-term. And we have to start doing right now. We cannot do, one of the lessons here is that we cannot do Latino outreach 2 or 3 months out from an election. We have to start doing it now. That we can't do women outreach 2 or 3 weeks before an election. We have to start doing it now. So I think we do have to have that serious conversation. I think leaders like Jeb Bush, like Marco Rubio, like Lindsey Graham, like Norm Coleman, like John McCain, some of the more moderate voices have got to take control, have got to be more vocal, more active, and say, look, we really have to seriously work on growing this tent, not making it smaller.
Now, what is this going to mean? Oh, go, Van. You got it. I know. Yeah, you got some advice for Republicans. I know it's in your heart of hearts.
It's solicited. We're soliciting it.
It's solicited. Well, I mean, first of all, I just think for both sides, this is not a left-wing period in American politics. It's not a right-wing period. It's a turbulent and volatile period. That's what's going on. We have big problems. We have big challenges, and we're trying to sort them out. And you can see, 2008 you go one way, 2004 you go a totally different way. Here's what I think for the Republican Party. Don't be mean to people. Just don't be mean. A lot of the ideas Republicans have are good ideas, but you don't want to go to a party where you feel like the people are going to actually be actively mean to you or hate you or disrespect you. And if you can figure out a way to, I mean, we love entrepreneurship in the black community. We love innovation, but you don't feel comfortable there. And mean people suck. That's my advice.
But listen, mean people, Republicans aren't mean. I think...
It feels that way, though.
Well, it might feel that way to you.
Occasionally,
but, you know,
we're not on the talk radio dial, and you do hear a little meanness.
Mitt Romney is a decent human being with a good heart, a charitable human being. He's not a mean person. We do have the wrong tone on some issues, and it's not the party. It's some factions of the party. That's why I'm saying we got to stop the insanity, and some of the other voices have to weigh in.
I think this idea that it's just about outreach seems to me like it's missing the point that it's also about policy.
Yeah, you're right.
Mitt Romney was to the right of the rest of the field on immigration. It wasn't just the rhetoric, which I think was mean, that turned a lot of people off. It wasn't just the immigration issue. Issues of cuts to Head Start and other education programs, community college support, that's extremely important, as you know, in the Latino community, very important to women. So there is substance behind this. You know, I traveled through 10 battleground states over the last 3 months, and what I heard from people was they were taking this very seriously, and they want to know who's going to produce results for them at the kitchen table. The auto recovery was a realignment in the Midwest and some of the Rocky Mountain West, not just for those who had auto jobs, but a belief that someone was recommitted to building and making things in this country, and they saw that in their neighbors. Success on women's health equity was something people noticed, the DREAM Act executive order. So I think people are smart, and they're taking a look at what does this actually mean for me. So I do think meanness stinks,
I don't think Mitt Romney was to the right of the to the rest of the field. I think he had to pretend to be to the right. I do not think the things he said on immigration in the primary were from his heart of heart, and I've met Mitt Romney many, many times. I just think that because he wasn't there, he felt he had to overcompensate. So one of the things we have to do is really fix this primary process. We have to find a way...
what is the structural aspect that forces him, if that is in fact true, to go to that position?
But part of the structural aspect, too, and you and I disagree on policy, but I agree with you that the Republican Party has a policy problem. But it also has... You were talking about politicians, right? It has a leadership vacuum. It needs to find some national leaders, obviously, going into 2016 and beyond. But it also has a vacuum that you saw on the clips that we were watching coming in, where, you know, if you listen to Republican talking heads, and not just sort of the blowhards, but serious, well-respected columnists and commentators and so on, the predictions for what was going to happen were just completely out of touch with reality. And I should say, you know, I was skeptical of the polls, too. A week before the election, I thought Romney was going to win. And I ended up predicting a much narrower win for Obama. So maybe I participated.
There was an enormous amount of Kool-Aid drinking going on
exactly, and that has to end because the Republican rank and file needs to know the reality about what's happening in the country.
But you were not as starry-eyed as some of our conservative colleagues, George Will to name one, Karl Rove to name another.
I wasn't going to name names.
But you did in your column, so I can out you. Okay. But so we're going to hold on because even though we're not in unsolicited advice, we're going to have some more in just a minute. Stay tuned with us. We're back in just a minute.
There he is, the President of the United States and his family, Sasha and Malia, the First Lady. They're just got off of Marine One. They're still in Chicago right now. They're walking over to Air Force One. They'll be flying back to Washington, D.C. They're flying over to Andrews Air Force Base. Once they're at Andrews Air Force Base, by the way, they'll get aboard Marine One once again, chopper over to the White House, the south lawn of the White House. They'll go inside. I am sure all of the staff there, everyone will be at the White House with a lot of applause, a lot of smiles, a lot of happiness. This President of the United States has just been reelected to a second term. I don't know what he's carrying over there. He's got his daughter, but she looks like she's got her books. I'm sure she's getting ready to go back to school tomorrow. Missed a little school today, but that's totally, totally understandable. There they are, the first family, getting on Air Force One and getting ready to fly back to Washington. Only about an hour or so flight. Air Force One always does it a lot more quickly than commercial flights. Good to fly on Air Force One. As we await for the president's return to Washington, let's go back to Margaret. Margaret?
Thanks a lot, Wolf. Here we are with our solicited, unsolicited advice. Anna Navarro, what is your piece of advice today?
Look, I think it's to all Americans, including the political leaders. We've had a very divisive election period. It's been very long. It's been very expensive. It's been very stressful. Republicans need to be gracious in defeat. And I would say Democrats need to be gracious in victory. And it's time we put some of our partisanship down and we start figuring out how to work together.
How is it possible to do when you have an election campaign season where 80% of the ads, even more on both sides, were negative?
I think so. I'm an optimist. I'm actually feeling optimistic today because I think we are in a period as Republicans of rebuilding. What I saw today, the exchange I saw today between John Boehner and President Obama gives me some optimism. I think that is an olive branch that John Boehner is extending to President Obama. It's now his turn to figure out how to work with Congress. So I think we are in a different day today than we were yesterday.
Ben, you agree?
I do agree. I mean, I think that, first of all, the president has reached out in the past. He put tax cuts on the table earlier for when you talk about small businesses, 98% tax. So there's some common ground there. But my advice is for Washington, D.C. to look out for the new stars in the Obama coalition and the Democratic coalition. People like Ben Jealous, who is the leader of the NAACP, who put 1 million black votes into play, made the difference in Ohio, the new star rising. Tulsi Gabbard, this young woman, she's going to be the first Hindu elected to Congress. She comes out of Hawaii, 31 years old. She won by 81% or something like that, the most votes ever gotten by percentage. She's the most popular politician already by the polls in Hawaii. And again, she's an Iraq War combat veteran. The Democrats are attracting this kind of talent. It means we're going to be able to do pretty well going forward.
Do you agree with that, Tom?
Watch out for Tulsi Gabbard and Ben Jones.
You got some insight.
You've also got the first openly lesbian senator.
And I'm a good supporter of both Ben and Tulsi, so I'm backing them.
Yes.
All right,
no, there really are a lot of people that have emerged from the last two cycles, either from the nonprofit sector and the social entrepreneurship sector or within politics. I think there was a concern after 2008 that people became really disillusioned and disengaged, and what you've seen is the real stars have stayed engaged. And that's actually my unsolicited advice to the American people is stay engaged. Election day is just one day. We are going into a conversation about the fiscal security of this country, possibly in the lame duck session, that has enormous implications for the future strength of our country, as well as very middle-class kitchen table issues about where tax revenues are going to be set, how much we're going to be investing in our competitiveness. And it's very easy to go do that vote and then tune out. And that didn't work very well for either side last time. It's important for people to stay engaged. Yeah. This is an enormous national debate. I think the deal will be stronger if the American people are engaged than if it's just happening in the
But they get to take a little bit of time off, right? I mean, if you've been watching those 80% negative ads, you can have Thanksgiving, maybe watch a little football.
Deep breaths.
So my advice is, as at the beginning of the segment for Republicans, we've been talking a lot about the new Democratic coalition and Democratic strength with unmarried women, Democratic strength with Hispanics, and so on. I think the big temptation for the Republicans is going to be a kind of micro-targeting. We're going to do this, and it'll get Hispanics. We're going to do this, and it'll get women, and so on. And you have to do some of that, but the Republican Party has a bigger problem. It doesn't have a big, particularly economic policy message that's pitched to the middle class. And if you come up with that message, guess what? You win more blue-collar whites in Ohio, more middle-class Hispanics in Nevada, more suburban women in Virginia.
Sam's Club Republicans?
More Sam's Club Republicans, if you will.
Okay.
So think a little bigger. Don't just
All right, I'm almost to the point where I'll take micro-targeting of Hispanics. I'd rather micro-targeting than
all right,
no-targeting.
guys. That's it. That's all we got for today. We're going to go back to Wolf, but thank you for joining us for Unsolicited Advice. Back to you, Wolf.
Thanks very much, Margaret. Good discussion. Up next, congressional leaders are also back in town. We're taking a closer look at the upcoming fight over cuts to vital programs, higher taxes for everyone. What's going on? Stand by. Now that the election is over, Congress is coming back to Washington to deal with what's being called the fiscal cliff. Here's a brief illustration of what we're talking about. The way things stand now, an across-the-board spending cut is scheduled to hit every federal agency after December 31st. If Congress does nothing before then, the cuts take effect no matter how badly the spending is needed, no matter how much it hurts, no matter who loses his or her job. At the same time, everyone in the country gets hit with an across-the-board tax increase. After the first of the year, you'll be paying more to the federal government, no matter how much it hurts, unless Congress figures out how to stop it before December 31st. Let's bring in our senior congressional correspondent, Dana Bash. Dana, this is big time. This is a crucial issue that they have to resolve over the next, November and December.
Exactly. And the leader in the House and the leader in the Senate wasted no time to come out and try to lay down markers. And if you listen to the tone of both Harry Reid and House Speaker John Boehner, it sounded like they were singing something akin to Kumbaya, each trying to sound as conciliatory and open to compromise as they can. Watch what I'm talking about.
This was really the message the American people sent from all over, and that is they're tired of these partisan gridlocks.
If there's a mandate in yesterday's results, it's a mandate for us to find a way to work together on the solutions to the challenges that we all face as a nation.
But in virtually the same breath, each man promised to try to work together. Each laid down markers on the key difference between the two parties on this fiscal cliff: taxes. The Speaker Boehner tried to take a constructive tack. He said Republicans are open to revenue or tax increases as part of tax reform, coupled with entitlement reform, which he reminded people he had agreed to in failed talks with the president last year. But when it comes to those Bush-era tax cuts Wolf was just talking about, especially those for the wealthy, expiring at the end of the year, both sides dug in.
We won't solve the problem of our fiscal imbalance overnight, and certainly won't do it in a lame duck session of Congress. And it won't be solved simply by raising taxes or taking a plunge off the fiscal cliff.
The vast majority of the American people, rich, poor, everybody agrees that the richest of the rich have to help a little bit.
Translation: Democrats are demanding what they're calling decoupling, letting the tax cut for the wealthiest expire at year's end and use that for deficit reduction. They say they want to do that no matter what.
Yeah, somebody's got to blink on this. Now, I understand the Speaker was on a private conference call with House Republicans. You've got some inside information?
That's right. Deirdre Walsh, our House producer, and I talked to a source who was on that call. It was, again, with all House Republicans. And we were told that Boehner rallied his Republican troops after this election, saying that they're the last line of defense from an America that Barack Obama would design. He reminded them that the president won by less than 2 million votes. And he also appeared to prepare his rank and file, and this is the but, to give a little bit with the president. And he talked about raising revenue as part of tax reform. We're also told, Wolf, that he warned them that he doesn't want to get boxed in, but he also doesn't want to get boxed out by the White House.
Yeah, if it were just Boehner and the president, I think there would be a deal. He's got the Tea Party caucus, if you will, and others in the House of Representatives that he's got to worry about. We'll see what happens on that front. There's going to be a lot of negotiations, a lot of knuckles that are going to have to be wrapped.
A lot of standing in hallways.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But the stakes, as you point out, are enormous. We're standing by right now. We're going to have live coverage of the president's return to the White House. You'll see it here in the Situation Room. And if you want to know why Mitt Romney lost in Ohio, it goes back to a decision made some 4 years ago. We'll explain. There are a lot of reasons probably why Mitt Romney lost last night. One of the biggest may go all the way back to 2008. That's when Romney decided to write an op-ed that the New York Times entitled, "Let Detroit Go Bankrupt." Those 4 words haunted him to the bitter end. CNN's Martin Savage is joining us now from Parma, Ohio, with more on the auto bailout's impact on this election. And Martin, it's been, I think it was huge, not only in Michigan, but in Ohio.
Absolutely. Well, if we're standing outside of the GM stamping plant, as you point out in Parma, that is just outside the city of Cleveland. But I want you to look at this. This is the Chevy Cruze. Part of the roof of this car was built inside of that plant. The engine block of this car was poured in Defiance, Ohio, and it was assembled in Lordstown, Ohio. It would be no stretch to say that this car helped to drive President Obama back to the White House, at least when it comes to Ohio.
It's all about the numbers. In Ohio, 1 in 8 jobs benefit from the auto industry. Since the auto bailout, Ohio's unemployment rate has been below the national average. Right now it's 7 compared to the nation at 7.9. And since the bailout, GM and Chrysler have both unveiled major improvement or expansion plans, creating at least 1,000 more jobs. On Chevy Boulevard in Parma, Ohio, that matters.
Every GM car has a part that comes through our plant.
At UAW Local 1005, across the street from the GM stamping plant, local president Steve Framartino says the president saved their jobs, so his members return the favor.
He did it for us. We did it for him. When you looked at the two candidates, though, I mean, Barack Obama was the guy for the country.
The bailout and jobs saved was a constant theme of the Obama campaign, something the president repeated every time he was in the state.
Governor Romney said we should just let Detroit go bankrupt. That's what he said. I refuse to turn my back on communities like this one.
The message came through loud and clear on Ohio's assembly lines. At freeway lanes next to the plant in Cleveland, current and retired auto workers say there was never any doubt who they would vote for. Ivan Major holds up a T-shirt to make his point.
The message here is pretty clear. He saved our jobs. Let's save his job in November.
And I do believe the auto workers did save his job because he did get the state of Ohio.
Robert Jerdine says auto workers never forgot or forgave Romney for once saying the industry should be written off.
At first he said, let them go bankrupt.
And that's what auto workers remember.
That's what remember.
So, just how important was the bailout to the election outcome? Ohio political science expert Tom Sutton says simply,
I think this made all the difference between a win by President Obama versus what could have been a win by Governor Romney.
In the car business and the election business, it's all about the numbers. And for President Obama, they added up to victory.
Polls that were done before the election showed that 60% of Ohioans were in favor of the auto bailout. And then, of course, that seemed to be backed up by that other poll that occurred yesterday called The Vote. Wolf?
An even more important poll, Martin, thank you. And you're in the Situation Room happening now. President Obama wins big without needing even the biggest battleground state. After voters waited for hours well into the night, ballots are still being counted in Florida right now. We're learning right now what's behind the election fumble. Also, Republicans face a new reality, the changing face of America. Older white males went for Mitt Romney. The president captured just about every other group. And just over a week after Sandy devastated the Northeast, a powerful new storm brings more misery to the hardest hit areas. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room. President Obama is due back in Washington in the next hour, a triumphant return to the White House that will be his home for another 4 years. A bitter election campaign ended with the president taking virtually all of the key swing states, beating Mitt Romney just about every place where it mattered most. But Congress will remain divided, meaning Democrats and Republicans must immediately start finding some ways to deal with the prospect of an urgent new financial crisis. In his victory speech, the president said Americans voted for action, and he's already called congressional leaders to discuss his agenda. The House Speaker, John Boehner, says both sides now must work together, and he hints at compromise on tax reform. In the end, President Obama won just about all of the critical battleground states without putting Florida in his win column, at least not yet. We still don't know who won in Florida because the votes there are still being counted. Let's find out where things stand right now and why things stand where they do, seeing as John Zarella is joining us from Miami. A little complicated situation in Florida. John, update our viewers.
Sure, Wolf. And you know what's scary is, had the Electoral College played out just a little bit differently last night, we might be sitting here today still not knowing who won the presidency, because we'd still be waiting for Florida.
Win. He's ahead of the popular vote.
So there it was, CNN anchors in front of the map of the nation.
Right now, it looks like it's still very close. But
behind them, all blue states and red states, except down there. See it? The one yellow state in the bottom right, is that Florida again? It didn't matter in the final outcome, but here was Florida, a dozen years after the infamous butterfly ballot and hanging chads, once again too close to call, once again long lines. Even the president, during his victory speech, threw a little zinger.
I want to thank every American who participated in this election. Whether you voted for the very first time or waited in line for a very long time. By the way, we have to fix that.
In Miami-Dade County, the state's largest, people were still voting as he took the stage. Some precincts didn't wrap up until 1:30 in the morning, 6.5 hours after the polls closed.
It's not that there were any problems or glitches, which is the word that's commonly used. It is not about that. It's about the volume of paper that we're processing.
That is true. Statewide, there weren't any major technical hiccups. The biggest problem was the ballot, the longest in state history.
It was a combination of a lot of things. An overly long ballot, which took about 30 minutes to vote, new precinct locations because of redistricting and having to choose new precinct locations.
Some voters aren't buying it.
Everybody's trying to do the best they can, not to have the best election, the fairest election, but to screw the opposition.
Florida's election flub didn't just start on Tuesday. It started with early voting, reduced by the state legislature from 14 to 8 days. Republican Governor Rick Scott refused appeals to extend it, something both his Republican predecessors, Jeb Bush and Charlie Crist, did. Monday, the governor was asked, was it political?
Here's what's political. I want everybody that has a right to vote to go register to vote. I want everybody to get involved in campaigns. And I want everybody to go out and vote. 4.4 million people have gotten to vote in our state before Election Day.
At the end of the day, more than 8 million Floridians did vote. We can't say exactly how many because, well, they're still counting. And, you know, it may be a few days yet before all the provisional ballots and absentee ballots are counted in the state. So, yeah, it could be the end of the week before we really have an answer on who won Florida. You know, Wolf, there were projections that 9 million Floridians would vote. It didn't get near that, just over 8 million. It makes you wonder how many people either walked away from the long lines or just didn't bother to show up, knowing how long they'd have to wait.
And with 97% of the vote officially counted, John, the president is still ahead by about, what, 50,000 votes right now?
Correct. That's right, about 50,000.
Out of 8 million plus votes that were cast. All right, John, thanks very much. Let's get a little closer look at this voting situation in Florida. Our chief national correspondent, John King, is with us once again. You know, before we get to it, it is pretty shocking that in the United States of America, people have to wait 3, 4, 5 hours just to vote. I mean, that is a shocking situation.
And let's hope the president said it as an aside, but it sure sounded like he meant it last night. Let's hope he works with the Congress. This should be an issue, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, an independent, whether you're here in Washington out as a governor. I mean, come on. This is the most sacred right we have, and they should figure out, do we need more polling places? Do we need more people? Do we need better communication? I think
we need all of the above, but especially on a Tuesday. People work on Tuesdays, most people who have jobs, and it takes a lot of time.
And more than a third of Americans yesterday voted early, when you look nationally. Some states are very generous in how they do that, Colorado among them. Ohio had some issues this year, but they're open early. Other states, like a big state like Pennsylvania, doesn't allow a lot of open early voting. I think that should be part of the conversation, too. A lot more early voting will make shorter lines on Election Day.
Yeah, it's pretty outrageous. All right, tell us what's going on in Florida.
It's interesting when you look at it. You just mentioned the narrow margin. I mean, this is why it was so hard last night. This is one of the reasons Governor Romney took so long to concede. They had some questions about Ohio. Turned out they didn't get Ohio. They had some questions about what's going to happen down here. It is possible, as John Zarella notes, as they count the rest of the absentees and the provisional ballots, it is possible Governor Romney will overtake the president with this narrow lead down here. But what Florida is a striking example of, this is one of the states, Wolf, we expected in the even some of the Obama campaign people said, if we lose 1 or 2, Florida will be among them. It wasn't one of their favorite states. Governor Romney won the state of Florida by more than 20 points among white voters, but he got crushed among Latinos and African Americans. So the diversity of the president's coalition is what made it stay in the case of Florida. And if you go back and look, if you look at the key places, there was a lot of talk, would the president lose votes in places like, let's bring up Broward County, because Governor Romney made a concerted effort to go after the Jewish vote, to say the president was in a fight with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel. Well, look, there's President Obama at 67% in 2012. Let's go back to 2008, exactly the same, 67%, 67%. Move down to Miami-Dade, 62% against Mitt Romney. Let's come back 58%. So a bit of a drop there, more probably Republican turnout, though, than anything else. Let's move this one up here. One more, Palm Beach County against John McCain. It was 61%. In 2012, it was 58%. So a very slight drop-off in those three, if you add up all three in the Democratic counties right down there. But then throughout the rest of the state, Wolf, in Florida, like anywhere else, the Obama people worked for months. And they said, who do we need to get to turn out here in Orange County? Let's identify them during the primaries. While Governor Romney was fighting Michelle Bachmann and Rick Perry and everybody else in the Republican primaries, the Obama campaign was identifying these voters. And look at that, 59-40 in a big populous Orange County in the middle of the state, a place you need. Matching their vote total from 4 years ago. They essentially looked at what they did 4 years ago. They put together a plan to do it again, and a lot of people were critical of them, Wolf. A lot of people said they couldn't do it. They executed on Election Day, and they executed it not only in Florida, but they executed it in Virginia. They executed it in, let's come back to the 2012 map so you don't get confused about the states. They executed it in Virginia. They executed it in Ohio. And if you look across the Midwest, Romney thought maybe we'll get them in Pennsylvania. Didn't happen. African-American turnout in Philadelphia. Thought we'd get them in Michigan. Didn't happen. Wisconsin, because of Paul Ryan, didn't happen. Iowa didn't happen. Colorado didn't happen. Florida, one of the examples of the Obama campaign, making a list, checking it twice, spending months and millions to turn out their vote.
Yeah, they had a good game plan, and they implemented it successfully. All right, John, thanks very much. He called some of his Democratic counterparts communists and said President Obama was trying to turn Americans into slaves. Now Congressman Alan West will soon be ex-Congressman Alan West. Is there a message for the Tea Party? Plus, does President Obama owe his re-election, at least in part, to Bill Clinton? I'll ask his close ally and friend, the Chicago mayor, Rahm Emanuel. He's standing by live. Last night's historic win, a huge moment, obviously, not only for the President of the United States, but also for those closest to him, many of whom have been with him since his journey to the White House first began. One of those people, the President's former chief of staff over at the White House, the Chicago mayor, Rahm Emanuel. He and his wife were with President Obama backstage last night before he gave his big victory speech. And the mayor of Chicago is joining us now. Mr. Mayor, thanks very much for coming in.
Thank you, Wolf.
Let me read to you what the president told Time magazine a couple months ago, looking ahead at the time when he was asked about a second term if he were reelected. He was asked what he would do differently in a second term. He said, there will be some popping of the blister after this election where Republicans refuse to cooperate on things that I know are good for the American people. I will continue to look for ways to do it administratively and work around Congress. So what do you think of that strategy?
Well, look, I mean, take a look at just any executive order. He signed them. The President Clinton has signed them. Every president has used them. When you think something's imperative for the country to move forward, if Congress refuses to act, you use the authority in the executive branch. He did it on immigration and deportation, as well as on the DREAM Act. And so Congress refused to take up an immigration bill that dealt with an important issue. He did, within what areas he could affect, he took executive action. That's the same place that President Clinton has dealt with things as it dealt with kids' access to tobacco products or marketing of tobacco products.
That's when you worked in the White House.
I think it's appropriate. And with both President and President Clinton, I think it's appropriate when Congress refuses to act and the President of the United States deems an issue or progress on that issue so imperative for the nation's security or well-being, it's appropriate. But at certain times, I think it's also a message. It's a message to the American people. I will not allow Congress's inability to move and take action to stop us as a country from making progress.
But sometimes you can't just take an executive order administratively. You need congressional legislation, as you'll need in the next 2 months to avoid what's called that fiscal cliff. So here's the question. How do you negotiate a compromise, a deal with the House Speaker, John Boehner?
Well, 2 points I would stress. We've had an election. I think Speaker Boehner, as well as the Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid and the respective minority leaders in both chambers, they know, since they've all run for office, the American people have spoken. Back in '96, we had also a very aggressive and campaign between President Clinton and Bob Dole. The election was over. 9 months later, a year later, we had a balanced budget agreement that created the Children's Health Insurance Program, double the size of our national parks, and created middle-class tax credits for sending their kids to college. This time, given the voters have spoken, the president won re-election, won, I think, with a middle-class progressive agenda for pro-growth economic strategy based on the middle class. it is incumbent then the parties work together to avoid not just the fiscal issue, but lay a path for economic growth.
Well, I know that you worked, the President Clinton at that time, excuse me for interrupting, worked closely with the Speaker, Newt Gingrich. Do you think John Boehner, and you know John Boehner, the Speaker of the House, do you think he can do with this president what Gingrich and Clinton did back in the 90s after the president was reelected?
Well, I do, and I think it's essential that he also understand his own caucus. And I think when the election is done, remember, they were trying to defeat the president. Mitch McConnell said, my #1 goal is trying to defeat the president. That has failed, so it's incumbent upon them now to realize there's peril, political peril, avoiding the message of the voters, and because the voters have spoken. Now, also, the Senate Democrats picked up seats. So the public's, and across the country, so not in one region. So they're clear about that. And the president's always going to be open to different ideas, but not change the goals. And the goal is not just an economic strategy based on austerity, but one that is pro-growth, pro-middle class, that allows job creation while you're bringing fiscal discipline to Washington. It's not one or the other. It's both. And obviously, John Boehner is wanting to work with the president. He's already expressed some opening to do that. It's going to take a while to get there, but if there's a willingness, I think the president is going to make sure that we achieve a pro-growth strategy while bringing fiscal discipline. And does John Boehner have the capacity? I think it's incumbent upon his caucus to say we're sending the speaker in to represent us, but to come to an agreement that moves America forward, because we all have self-interest, as the president said yesterday, regardless of who you voted for, to resolve the issues that face the country.
You think the president owes a lot to your former boss, and you worked for both of these presidents, the former president, Bill Clinton. How much does he owe Bill Clinton for helping him get reelected?
Well, first of all, I think you got to take the president at his word. Two things. One, he owes his reelection to the American people. That's the #1 person or group of people he owes his election. And he said it last night, so there's nothing more I can add to what he said. Number two, the first person he called was Bill Clinton, as you know, and so I think it's an indication, given he called him, given he thanked him, that he himself appreciates what the president has done, not only on the campaign trail, but going back to the convention, but also they are kindred spirits with the same middle-class economic agenda. That is what, I mean, while they governed at different times, they have different presidencies, they're different people. They are kindred spirits in the same kind of progressive agenda that's built on an economic strategy that strengthens the middle class. And I say this repeatedly because I'm worried that Washington is going to get into one of its myopic discussions among themselves that it's only about austerity and lose sight about, I think, an agenda that helps build our infrastructure, invest in the education and training of our workforce, things the president advocated that gives people a vested interest in the outcome. It is not only austerity, fiscal discipline, yes, but it's a pro-growth strategy realizing the fundamentals that both President Clinton and President Obama have been advocating that invests in the economic opportunity. And if that part of the conversation's left off, you're not going to get the growth you need in the economy. And they are kindred spirits. And he himself personally thanked President Clinton. I think that action speaks to how he appreciates what he did on the trail as well as at the convention.
He certainly did thank him, and I'm sure he's grateful to the former president's help. Take us a little bit behind the scenes, Mr. Mayor. You and your wife, Amy, you were there backstage just before the president, the first lady, their daughters. They went out there, and he delivered his victory speech. What was it like during those moments?
He was very concerned to how CNN was going to cover it. Wolf, I think that this is an exciting moment. As you know, what happens on an election night, in the sense that you think about the journey from not only election night 2008 in Grant Park, but more importantly, he set out a year earlier from that, engaging America in a conversation. And you get elected. And it was from the days of when we used to get unemployment reports, 800,000 job losses, to the one where you get 170,000 jobs created. From a decision when he made the auto decision. I remember in the Roosevelt room, nobody of his advisors gave him a better than 1 in 5 shot that this was going to work, and nobody suggested doing Chrysler while saving GM. He made a decision at that point that was unpopular, derided, said you're throwing good money after bad. It turned out to be right for the country's workforce, right for the auto industry, obviously helped in both states like Ohio, Illinois, not that he needed here, Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. And to see that ratification of both job growth as well as the politics that come from that, and that, you know, when you get a second term and you get elected by a bigger coalition in the sense of what you've put together for the middle class, It's an affirmation of the strategy you have for America. And so there's both a personal gratification, a political gratification, and also the course you're trying to build for the country has now been ratified by the public.
I'm sure he's grateful to you as well for all the help you gave him in those final several weeks of this campaign.
As I told him last night, it's a labor of love. I think he's a great president. He's a dear friend. And I think he's been a courageous leader for this country in some very challenging times.
Rahm Emanuel is the mayor of Chicago.
We're all lucky to have him as our president.
Thanks very much for joining us, Mr. Mayor. A powerful nor'easter taking aim right now at a region devastated by the superstorm Sandy. We're going to have a live report from New York, Staten Island, where thousands of people are still in the dark and they're bracing for horrible weather. Look at this. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. A terrible day on Wall Street as investors apparently reacting to President Obama's victory, among other issues, including fears about the fiscal cliff. What's going on in Europe? Lisa Sylvester is monitoring that. Some of the other top stories in the Situation Room right now. So what's going on?
Wolf, not a good day for the market. Stocks plunging today with the Dow dropping 313 points. Its worst day in a year. The NASDAQ and S&P also both sank more than 2%. Investors are worried about how the president plans to avoid the fiscal cliff after winning re-election, also dragging down the markets.
Overwhelmingly behind
Mitt Romney. And Californians voted to keep the death penalty and raise taxes on the wealthy. 53% of California voters rejected a referendum that would have abolished the death penalty.
Meanwhile,
Tax increase. This is expected to bring in $6 billion a year over the next 5 years to the cash-strapped state. And Puerto Ricans are backing statehood for the first time. 54% of voters rejected their status as a U.S. Commonwealth. In a separate question, 61% chose statehood as an alternative. Officials say an economic downturn and a shrinking population are contributing factors. And some say the vote on this non-binding referendum was flawed due to many blank ballots on the statehood question. Wolf?
They got issues with their elections in Puerto Rico as well.
All around, apparently, it seems.
You know, this is the 21st century. We got to fix these things. It's amazing.
I know. You'd think after 2000, when everybody said we learned our lessons with the dangling and the hanging and then the hanging chads in Florida.
Should not be that complicated.
But it comes up, as you well know. And by the way, you did an outstanding job last night. I'm speaking for everyone. Everyone
just irritates me that this is still going on, whether in Puerto Rico, whether here, Florida, whatever.
I know. A lot of people feel the same way, Wolf.
Congressional Republicans tied to the Tea Party lost big last night. So are Americans already tired of the movement that took Washington by storm just 2 years ago? Stand by. We'll have it up. All right, let's get to our strategy session right now. Lots to discuss with our CNN contributors, the Democratic strategist Paul Begala and the Republican strategist Alex Castellanos. Alex, the Tea Party, what's going on here? We took a look. Some Tea Party supporters, activist Joe Walsh of Illinois, he lost his bid for re-election. In Indiana, Richard Murdoch, he lost his bid to be elected the senator. He had beaten Richard Lugar for that Republican senatorial nomination. Alan West, very popular, the Tea Party movement in Florida, congressman. We haven't projected a final result yet, but with 100% of the vote in, he's 2,456 votes shy of Patrick Murphy, the Democrat. So what should we say about the Tea Party movement and what's going on right now based on what we saw yesterday?
Based on what we saw, I think the message is pretty clear, Wolf. In 2010, just a couple of years ago, we elected a bunch of Tea Party guys to Congress. Why? Because the car had no brake pedal. Democrats controlled everything, the House, Senate, and the White House. Americans put a brake pedal on the car. They just trusted Republicans to say no. This election wasn't about putting a brake pedal on the car. We've got one. This election is about hands on the steering wheel. Who's going to take us into the future? And we're still the guys who say no. That's all we're good for. We're not trusted yet to lead. We didn't present a vision, how we do it, a rationale for governing. The Tea Party doesn't offer that. We're still the no guys. And until that's corrected, Republicans won't be trusted to lead.
Americans do like checks and balances. Right. They like a little restraint on the executive branch of government from time to time. That's why there's a Republican majority in the House, presumably, and a Democratic president.
Well, it's certainly why there was the shellacking, as the president called it, of my party in the 2010 midterms.
When the Tea Party activists, when they gained all those seats.
They did, and good for them. They did it by organizing and by outworking and outsmarting the Democrats. The most important thing they did, though, was take over a bunch of state legislatures and redraw the map. Frankly, the Democrats would have taken over the House had the maps been drawn by Democrats, or even, I think, in a nonpartisan way. But this is the way our system works. I'm not complaining.
It was totally legal.
Well, it was perfectly legal. Yeah. It was in the finest tradition of American politics, honestly. It's real democracy.
Democrats are capable of doing that, too.
Absolutely. Well, I'm not trying to be sour grapes here. But they've now become an enormous negative for the Republicans, and I think Alex alludes to that. In our exit poll yesterday, only 21% of Americans, only 21, have a favorable opinion of the Tea Party. That, I think, is below the favorability of the replacement refs a few weeks ago in the NFL. I mean, 21 is terrible.
No, the replacement refs had much lower favorability.
Maybe, but they're about the only people they're better than.
They do. Yeah.
They don't. So
what do the Republicans need to do now after the most important lesson or lessons they need to learn from yesterday?
Bill Clinton, New Democrats, Democratic Party lead. They weren't trusted with the nation's pocketbook. They learned how to take what they believed and move it across the center. Republicans need to do the same. The next generation of Republicans, the Marco Rubios, the Bobby Jindals, the Jeb Shoes, are going to say, hey, look, we've got a better way to govern. We're going to take money out of Washington's pocket, put it in your pocket, grow this economy naturally bottom up. We need to evolve the same way Ronald Reagan evolved from Goldwater. We're waiting for the post-Reagan Republicans. No less conservative, don't love freedom any less, but want to move this party forward into the communications age.
You're familiar with that triangulation and the...
This is very different from triangulation. Now, that was a discredited theory for a guy who used to work for President Clinton. What President Clinton did was the New Democratic movement. He modernized the party and, yes, moderated
through the DLC, that whole movement, the New Democrats.
Absolutely, and he did it by changing our position on several issues. Welfare reform, crime, the death penalty, free trade. And the Republicans, I've looked at the polling. What they need to do, what they need to move on, are all things that are already popular. Embrace returning high-income Americans to the Clinton tax rates. That's supported by 3/4 of Americans. Acknowledge...
And that means, Alex, going from the rate now 35% for people making more than $250,000 a year to 39.6%.
Right. And it's 70% support that.
We may. Right. But it may not be good for the economy. One of the things, if that's true, you know, if there's a difference between...
when Clinton was president.
But it might now, because they're the only people paying a lot of the federal taxes, the big burden of it. Now, here's the question. If we want to raise revenue, that's why we want to raise taxes, right? But we know raising tax rates and raising revenue are not always the same thing. If it doesn't raise more money, could we agree to say,
you can raise revenue, Paul, by eliminating all of these loopholes, these exemptions, these tax credits, stuff like that.
Sure. Well, and we have to do both, frankly, because we do need more revenue, and it should come from upper-income Americans. But the rest of the agenda shouldn't be that hard for new Republicans. Most Americans want to go back to the rates that the high-income Americans paid under Clinton. Most Americans in our exit poll, 65%, want some sort of path to legal status for undocumented residents here. And most Americans support gay marriage. Those are three easy things. They're popular. It's where the country is. It's the mainstream of America.
What we're going to see as Republicans, I think, say freedom nationally, values locally. Let's not use big government to cheat and enforce our values. Big government doesn't become a good thing just because we're running it. But the other thing Americans agree on, a smaller government in Washington. Take more money out of Washington's pocket and put it in Americans' pockets and grow the economy that way, bottom up. And I'm sure that's a place that President Obama will come our way.
I suspect if the two of you, we're up to the two of you, we would have a deal.
Just like this. We could run this country.
Probably 20 minutes from now. All right, guys. Thanks very much. It's the law of the land, Obamacare. Guess what? It is now here to stay. Now that President Obama has won a second term, we're going to explain why it is not going away. And what does that mean for you? What changes are still in store for health care reform? Our own Dr. Sanjay Gupta. He's standing by live to explain. A celebratory photo of President Obama hugging the First Lady with a caption, 4 more years, became a record-shattering viral sensation online. On Facebook, the picture brought in a whopping more than 3.5 million likes, making it the most liked photo ever. On Twitter, it was retweeted, get this, more than 700,000 times, making it the #1 tweet of all times. There's the picture, nice picture. In the wake of a resounding defeat in the presidential election, the Republican Party now faces a new reality, the changing face of America. Lisa Sylvester's been looking into this for us. She's joining us now. Lisa, what are you seeing?
You know, Wolf, even before the final results were in many of the states, people were asking the question, what went right for President Obama and what went wrong for Mitt Romney? And in part, it comes down to demographics. The day after the election, and there's a political hangover among conservatives. At the National Press Club, the Tea Party's national coordinator blamed Romney himself.
What we got was a weak, moderate candidate handpicked by the Beltway elites and country club establishment wing of the Republican Party.
Plenty of soul searching now, but one reality stands out. The face of America is changing. What clinched it for President Obama? The minority vote, the youth vote, and in part, the women's vote.
The reality is younger voters, African-American voters, Latino voters identify with the president. They like his positions. They like the Democratic Party's positions.
Romney had 59% of the white vote. Obama dominated everywhere else. 93% of the African-American vote, 71% of the Latino vote, and 73% of the Asian vote.
When you look at a state like Florida, we know that we signed up 137,000 new people to vote. And we also know that the president only won by about 50,000 votes. And those folks who we signed up were black and they were brown primarily.
Census figures show the Hispanic population grew by 43% between 2000 and 2010. Caucasians grew by only 5.7% during the same period. Those numbers can't be ignored. Republicans acknowledging that they need to reach out to Latino and African Americans, including people like the former congressman from Alabama, Archer Davis, who changed parties from a Democrat to a Republican.
I think that Republicans certainly have to address that one way or another. I had dinner with Arthur Davis not long ago, who outlined what he thought, and his points were very significant, things that Republicans need to listen to in terms of what blacks and Hispanics believe, what they want in candidates and so on. And I think if Republicans don't start listening to that, it's going to be a long time before they win.
They're pitting their hopes on the younger up-and-coming stars of the GOP, Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, Governor Bobby Jindal of Louisiana, and newly elected Senator Ted Cruz of Texas. And one issue that is expected to gain traction is immigration reform. You know, given the election results, some conservatives, even at the National Press Club, they are now saying, you know, maybe it's time that we embrace comprehensive immigration reform to try to find a solution to the millions of undocumented immigrants living in the United States. So that's something certainly to keep an eye on, Wolf.
A lot of reassessment, soul thinking going to be going on among Republicans right now. Thanks very much, Lisa. Good report. So if you think Congress is dysfunctional now, just wait until January. It could be even more partisan than ever. We have details on the new balance of power, why it may be difficult to get anything passed. President Obama's controversial health care legislation also winning big with his re-election. Our chief medical correspondent, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, is joining us now with this part of the story. Sanjay, much of the president's new health care law hasn't actually gone into effect yet, but now that he's been re-elected, there's no doubt it's going to be the law of the land for years to come. So what are you seeing? What should we expect in the not-too-distant future?
Yeah, a lot of this will start taking place in January of 2014. And really think about it mainly as a lot of patient protection. Specifically, we've talked about some of this in the past, Wolf, but for example, people not being charged higher premiums for being sick. You know, we talk about the idea that people cannot be discriminated against based on pre-existing conditions. And I'll tell you, Wolf, you know, we typically think of the scenario being someone who can obtain health care insurance because they're sick, but there are a lot of people who are still buying it just at a very high cost. They're going to get a break on their health care insurance. And finally, no annual dollar limits on health benefits. So, you know, they can't be capped. The president referred to this in his speech last night, as you may remember, Wolf, talking about an 8-year-old girl with cancer who you know, would no longer be capped in how much money could be spent on her health care. And finally, there's these health exchanges, Wolf, that will be created, try to be created at the state level as well for people who are trying to buy insurance on their own, Wolf.
Talk a little bit about these health insurance exchanges, Sanjay. Will all states have them? How exactly will these exchanges work?
Well, you think of it sort of as a one-stop shop, you know, for people who want to try and buy health care. The health care plans sort of compete against each other, so that raises competition a bit. But it's primarily for people who are buying insurance on their own or work for small businesses, for example, where the insurance isn't provided. Your second question, I think, is a very important one, and that is that so far, we just tracked this, about 10 states have signed up to actually create these sort of exchanges. They have up until November 16th to decide for sure whether they're going to create an exchange in their state. I think a lot of people were waiting to see what happened last night, Wolf, in terms of their own decisions. If they don't do it, then the federal government will need to step in and possibly create the exchange within the state. They don't want to do that. It's a lot of technical additional work, but that's sort of the plan as far as I can tell moving forward, Wolf.
And starting in 2014, Sanjay, every American will be legally required to purchase health insurance. If people ignore what's called the mandate, will the health insurance exchange programs still work?
I think it'd be very hard. For the same reason that any of these insurance plans that we're talking about would have a hard time, so would the exchanges. You need a combination of both people who are healthy and obviously taking care of people who are sick for it to work, because more people paying into the system through the mandate helps offset the costs of people who are sick. And that's a real concern, Wolf. Might there be cherry picking, for example? Some insurers, only are preferentially covering people who are healthy. The law, the way it's written, should prevent that sort of thing from occurring, but that's part of the reason I think some states have been slow to adopt this, Wolf.
And there should be no doubt that Obamacare is now going to be fully implemented over the next 4 years. The president is making that clear. Even if the House were to reject it, as they have in the past, the Senate unlikely. But even if they would, the president would veto any such legislation, would require 2/3 majority, 67 votes in the Senate to get rid of it. So it is here. Obamacare is not going away at all. Americans are going to have to get used to it, whether they like it, a lot of them do, or they don't, and a lot of them don't. Sanjay, thanks very much.
You got it, Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you. Democrats may be celebrating President Obama's victory and some key wins in the Senate and even the House, but the president still can't push his agenda without Republican help, and that may be hard to come by. CNN's Tom Foreman is joining us now from CNN's virtual Senate. What are you seeing, Tom?
Hey, Wolf, you're absolutely right. A lot of the president's supporters are hoping he can rekindle a spirit of bipartisanship, not only here, maybe over on the House side where the Republicans are in charge, but certainly in the U.S. Senate, they're hoping he can do that. And this is one of the reasons why. Look at what our exit polls showed yesterday. When people left, 41% of the voters yesterday called themselves moderate. That's up from a few years ago. And 29% say they're independent. So that's held pretty steady for a while. So about a third of the public thinks of themselves as independent. Yes, they're going to vote Democratic or Republican, but they're clearly tipping their hat to the idea that you need cooperation. But this chamber, the U.S. Senate, has been moving steadily away from that. Look at this analysis based on something the National Journal did some time back of what the Senate looked back like in the early 1980s. You see all those tan seats in the middle out there? Those represent moderate senators, people who at that time were willing to cross the aisle to strike a deal with the other side to make votes for other legislation that maybe they didn't sponsor. Move it forward to the 1990s and watch those seats diminish. Suddenly, it's only about a third of Congress. And here comes a big one. Watch this. You move to the early 2000s, and now you're down to a handful of reliably moderate senators willing to strike deals with the other side. And if you go to the vote from yesterday, Wolf, it's going to be very hard to find a reliable moderate in this chamber. The simple truth is many of the people who were willing to strike those kinds of deals have been pushed out as the parties have found more strength in their bases. They've realized they can get more power by turning to people in solidly red states, solidly blue states, and playing to what they want, even as the public says they want more cooperation, Wolf.
What are some of the most pressing issues you think that could be impacted by all of this?
Simple thing. Let's talk about economic issues alone, Wolf. The biggest one for the public out there, and some of the issues upon which the Democrats and Republicans are most sharply divided. The fiscal cliff. There is absolutely no question that Democrats and Republicans know they have to deal with it, know that it could trigger another recession if it's handled badly, and yet they have very different ideas about what to do. Tax reform. Both parties say we have to do it, but there's huge disagreement on what that means and how you're going to get there. And beyond that, what about the idea of the deficit back here? That's another huge threat looming out there that both parties say is serious and must be dealt with over time. The only way the president can get this done, Wolf, without that 60-vote filibuster-proof majority here, which he does not have, is with some cooperation from the other party. And the fundamental problem is, as we started from the beginning, they're saying the deal makers have been steadily pushed out. There are fewer people in these chambers who are natural go-betweens for the parties, and that's going to make it much, much tougher for the president to broker these deals. Wolf?
Tom Foreman in our virtual Senate. Thanks very much for that. One of the hardest hit areas in Sandy's deadly path, getting slammed again.